guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden will be addressing the American people about threats he believes to democracy in a speech tonight in Philadelphia. Republicans are planning a rebuttal to the speech by highlighting Democrats' record on crime and inflation. House Minority Leader from California, Kevin McCarthy, believes it's actually the president that doesn't understand America.
The problem with Joe Biden is he does not understand the soul of America. The tens of millions of hardworking, law-abiding citizens that he vilifies. They want a stronger, safer, more prosperous America, and all he does is vilify them to distract from the disasters and no plan he has to save America from where we are today.
AAA estimates 137 million people will be traveling over the long Labor Day weekend. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A historic space launch that had to be rescheduled is now set for this weekend.
NASA is targeting 2:17 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, September 3rd, for the launch of the Artemis 1 moon rocket. The launch from Kennedy Space Center in Florida has a 2-hour launch window for the next attempt. Monday's launch was scrubbed due to weather delays and mechanical failures on the launch pad.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. Multiple buses in Chicago with illegal immigrants from Texas arrived on Wednesday. One Venezuelan illegal immigrant says his main request is for a place to stay.
We just crossed the border from Mexico yesterday, and they say that we were going to be assisted here, and that's not true.
Chicago is the latest city targeted by Texas Governor Greg Abbott's attempt to draw attention to the southern border crisis by sending buses to big cities. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Biden administration plans to forgive up to $20,000 in federal student loans for some borrowers. In Midland, Texas, Oil and Gas Workers Association President Matt Cody tells Fox and Friends that he believes no taxpayer should be responsible for loans they didn't sign up for.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, we would love for you to be pro-America and pro-American workers and families. And one way you can do that is to ensure that every American is responsible for his or her debt.
Only those making under $125,000 will be eligible for the program. The White House argues that with high inflation, it's a way to give Americans some relief and some freedom to pursue the career they want. A poll shows Americans' smoking habits are evolving.
A new poll shows Americans are smoking more marijuana than cigarettes. The Gallup poll released Tuesday shows 16% of people surveyed said they smoke reefer compared to 11% who said they smoke cigarettes. 48% said they tried marijuana at some point in their lives. Cigarette smoking has been trending down for decades. The current 11% figure compares to 45% in the mid-1950s. For the USA Radio News Gulf Coast Bureau, I'm Tony Maruso.
The NASCAR playoffs kick off this weekend in Darlington for the 73rd running of the Southern 500. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, cue the microphone. Everybody ready to roll? If you can say ready or not, here we go. It is underway on a Friday, in the Eastern time zone. We'll work our way into the second day of September as we head into Labor Day weekend. The unofficial farewell to summertime. That's what we got coming our way. All right, trust you've had a good week. I know some of our listening friends are already on the road. Got an email from High Pressure Pumping just a few minutes ago. Headed for his holiday destination. So what do you have to say here? Good morning to Mr. Summers, the boss man, Chris Gabrelchik, and all the Overnight Drive family. Well, the countdown has ended. The tractor is parked and the keys are hanging up for the moment. I have Mrs. Indiana and both mini truckers loaded up in the gas-guzzling, hotshot secret lubricated Ford crew cab, pulling out of Fort Wayne at the midnight hour, hitting the road as we speak, in other words. Going to be rolling east, then up to northern Maine for 9 days. Hoping to do some hiking, some great sights to be seen, maybe even spot a black bear, or maybe even a big moose. No, not the one from Troy, Ohio, but one with the giant antlers. Although he is more than welcome to come stay in our cabin in the spare room. Anyway, the kids are snoozing. We're rolling east, listening in. Miss Indiana is getting an education on Hotshot Secret. Thanks for keeping us entertained for 5 hours. There you go. One last quick comment, Steve. This email goes both ways. Click. All right, safe travels. Now let's take a look at our travelers' weather. I know you're headed to Maine. And I'm not, whatever your plans are, you might be having to maybe make some more inside plans, at least for portions of your weekend. As we start off with our travelers' weather, Mother Nature's going to be sending a reminder during the holiday weekend. Summer's not over yet. Despite a brief fall-like pattern during the first couple days of September. Of course, you had a warmer than normal August for many places in the Northeast. September will begin on a seasonable note. Of course, August came to a close with rather pleasant weather, low humidity. The weather through the day today, Friday, will serve as an early fall preview. Most of the region should not deal with any wet conditions today. Now, for those hoping for one last trip to the beach, the lake, or the mountains, the unofficial end of summer will be just what the warm weather fans are hoping for. Later today, Friday, the warming trend will be underway in the mid-Atlantic. Now, further north, the early taste of fall will continue in New England, although much of the mid-Atlantic will begin to warm. As we end the week here, it'll take probably till the beginning of the Labor Day weekend for New England and upstate New York to see those warmer temperatures. Saturday will also mark, you'll notice, an uptick in humidity levels. Cities like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., you're forecast to have highs around 90 degrees Saturday. The dew points creeping into the middle and upper 60s, so that's going to make it feel like you're well into the middle 90s. As the humidity increases, though, that added moisture will allow the possibility of some afternoon thunderstorms in western New York, northwestern Pennsylvania on Saturday. This will be the exception rather than the rule. Most places begin the long weekend on a dry note, but then temperatures continue trending upward on Sunday. Even New England will begin to feel more humid by that point in time, with normal high and low temperatures beginning to fall at a more rapid pace this time of year. Some areas are forecast to be nearly 10 degrees above normal. It's not out of the question for a few spots to approach maybe some record high temperatures. Some daily records could be challenged in places like Philadelphia, where Sunday's forecast high of 91 degrees will approach the record of 93 set in 2018. There will be an increase in showers and thunderstorms. A cold front will enhance the coverage of storms. One could occur almost anywhere in the region. They're not expected to be severe. That's good. The rain and storms could impact most areas of the mid-Atlantic for Monday, Labor Day itself, maybe spoiling some of your outdoor plans. But temperatures are forecast to stay near to above normal, even after the holiday weekend. New England should remain dry. Mid-Atlantic, you'll still have a chance of showers and thunderstorms, but some even more substantial warmth may attempt to return to the northward region again by the end of next week. So not a complete washout, but you will have some shower activity through the upcoming weekend. As we look out west, the heat is on. When we pull up the weather watches, warnings, advisories page, really the only thing we see on the map tonight, nothing over nearly the eastern three-quarters of the country. When you get out west, from the Canadian border to the Mexican border, it is heat advisories, excessive heat watches, and excessive heat warnings stretching from literally north-central Montana, eastern Washington, most of Oregon. You've got the entire state of Nevada and most of California, with the exception of the higher elevations, where this heat wave is really beginning to kick in. A dangerous late summer heat wave sending temperatures in excess of 100 degrees, much of California, where they've been discussing ways to prevent blackouts. In the desert Southwest, temperatures well over 110 in the forecast. Highs could reach an astonishing 127 degrees in Death Valley, California today, which would be just 7 degrees shy of the world record air temperature of 134 degrees that was set there in July of 1913. The all-time September record for the national park is 125. Death Valley may actually exceed that as early as today, Friday. The forecast is for, again, a high of 127. Excessive heat warnings are in place for parts of Arizona, Nevada, southern and central California. Those will remain in place through the Labor Day weekend, not closing down till Sunday night at 8 p.m. local time. That's just an indicator of just how intense and long-lasting the heat is going to be in place out there. It's a pretty impressive ridge of high pressure building across the west, allowing temperatures to rise steadily with each passing day. Now, the heat wave is already underway in the northwest, with the peak expected to have been this past day, Thursday. Spokane, Washington tied the daily record of 100 degrees on Wednesday. Last time you saw that was 1967. Let's see, what do we look at? Boise, Idaho, 106 degrees recorded on Wednesday. That broke the current daily record there, which was 102. You're a good 20 degrees warmer than normal there. Above normal temperatures will continue to start the holiday weekend. Temperatures may not be as extreme as earlier this week, but you're still going to be above normal. Temperatures more akin to the norm for July rather than the first few days of September. All right, record-challenging heat lingers across the Southwest. Now, this persistent heat wave is on the way for the southwestern portions of the USA, and it's not going to be in any hurry to move out. The heat for some places may be just in time for the Labor Day holiday. Death Valley forecast to reach 125 on Monday, which could tie the daily temperature record there from back in 2020. The all-time September record in Fresno, California is 111 degrees. These long-standing records are going to be challenged over the weekend. Palm Springs hit 115 on Wednesday, just a few degrees shy of the daily record from 1950, which was 118 degrees. In Las Vegas, a lot of folks going to be pouring into Vegas for the long weekend. Plan on spending as much time indoors as possible. Temperatures are forecast to reach 110 throughout the entire weekend, which would actually be challenging daily records each day. So not much of any rainfall to speak of out in that part of the country with this big dome of high pressure associated with the heat wave. Forecasters are also warning of further intensification of the drought in much of the West. Sacramento Bee reported Californians may be asked, of course, to conserve energy during the heat wave. Well, that already started on Wednesday. Kind of comical. We were talking just days after announcing the end of internal combustion engine sales in California by the year 2035. The power grid is being strained. They're asking people, please do not charge your electric vehicles during the evening hours, 4 to 9 p.m., when the demand is greatest. They did that again this past day, and there are concerns of potential rolling blackouts in California pretty much right through the Labor Day weekend. All right, welcome in, welcome aboard. Yes, Chris Gabrelchik will be joining us here for a Friday morning just ahead for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there you go. Off and rolling. Let's jump up to it. It's been a while since we've had a chance to chat with the boss man. Hello, Chris Gabrelchik. How you been, brother?
It's going great, buddy. How are you?
Ready for the weekend. Labor Day weekend. I'm not ready to say farewell to summer, but our forecast is looking good. Me and the family are planning on some pool time this weekend before we cover things up probably next week.
Wow, already next week. Time to cover up the pool?
Well, yeah, in this part of the country, it's a very short swimming season. You start getting those cool nights, water temperatures. Yeah, we've been down to close to 60 the last few nights. Water's been cooling off pretty fast out there.
I know. You need a pool heater, buddy.
Yeah, the cost of heat. No, we talked about that one time. There are some more economical ways to do that. We talk about it every year. Maybe one of these years we'll get around to that. But how about you? Big plans for the Labor Day weekend?
I am dead set on work. I am so far behind on my to-do list that I don't even know how to get started. So Tammy's got a big list for me to do, and I'm working down from the top to the bottom. So I'll get as much done as I can. 3 days. I got it, man.
Okay. So no R&R for Chris this weekend, huh?
Nope, not even a little bit. It's a full-blown, get up, drink your coffee, take your vitamins, and get on it.
Go, go, go. All right. Well, aside from that, how's things been going? Obviously, you're staying busy. You're going to update us on how things are going with the transition of things there. And Hot Shot Secrets is continuing to grow.
Everything is going well. There's just a lot of work to do. I thought that maybe things would ease up a little bit after the due diligence when we're, merging the companies. That was a major undertaking. I thought, wow, now this is done, things will calm down a little bit and I'll have some time to get back on target on the thing I like doing. But I was definitely wrong. I didn't realize how much more work there'd be after. So it's okay. Just, keep plugging away at it, getting it done. Luckily we got a really good team here. Everybody's staying focused, keeping on moving the ship forward. But it's busy. There's so many things in the works. I can't wait to get a couple of them off. Normally a lot of people use digital ways of keeping track of things. They use programs that put together Gantt charts and to-do lists and things like that. Me, man, I still just pull out an old legal pad and I just write down everything and I keep working on it. But when I get to 2 pages, I'm like, oh man, this is too much. I got to get this knocked off. So I need to get some of these things done so I can get focused a little bit better.
So it's kind of the opposite of a bucket list, things that you would want to do. It's not things you want to do, but things you got to get done, right?
Exactly. That's a good way to put it. I never thought about it that way, but you're right. It's the things that got to get done. And I mean, I've used just the old legal pad system for 25 years. And, I know when I get past page 1, there's too much. So then I start delegating and saying, okay, how can I get rid of some of these things? Because I can't focus on more than 1 page worth of things to get done. But it's all good things. It's just, you get a little bit frazzled. You don't have that sense of peace, when you feel like you got everything under control. I'm way past that. It's like, holy smokes, how am I going to get all this done? I'm more in that mode.
Gotcha. Well, I did have a chance to chat with a couple of the gentlemen from Gold Eagle the other morning. And I don't know if you've got it, if you're on the YouTube or the Facebook, you'll notice there's a new little insignia right over my shoulder. It says, Stay Bill. Just got that this past day. Got to tip the hat to UPS. I mean, they shipped this thing off literally, I think Thursday morning, and or maybe it was Wednesday, because, we got it on Thursday, yesterday. So here we are Friday. But yeah, Stay Bill. We were chatting with them guys. Got some of the commercials. We'll be advertising Stay Bill. And what else we got? Hey, our Hot Shot Secret Labor Day weekend sale is underway. Just got that email from Josh here a little bit ago. Keep your hard-earned money in your pocket with the gas saving bundle for just $20. That's like a saving of over 30%. And what you'll get with that is a 16-ounce gasoline extreme and an 8-ounce FR3 friction reducer, the perfect bundle for your engine oil and complete fuel system cleaner. That's underway now. It's a Labor Day weekend sale for $20 at hotshotsecret.com. So, hey, before we get to our news break, I want to grab somebody here because, I don't know, maybe his ears were burning, and I know he doesn't tend to hold on for a long time. It may very well be the smartest man in the world. Doc Holliday, it was April the 12th, the last time we heard from you. Somebody was asking about you the other night. I said, he's still out there. What's going on, Doc?
Oh, has it been that long? I didn't know it'd been that long.
Yeah, it has.
Oh, gone. Well, I may well be the world's smartest man because I used Hot Shot Secret in the truck I used to own, and it saved me from buying a whole set of injectors. So I may well be the world's smartest man.
Good point.
Yep. I mean, that stuff does work. I do know that. When I had my own truck, I did use it. They said I needed new injectors. And I said, well, I'd heard a Hot Shot commercial. I said, well, let me try this stuff. And I put a bottle of that in there, and it cleared the whole problem up.
That was you're going back years ago when the stiction eliminator was the big thing. That's what it was all designed for. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. My question is, does that stuff work in like a gasoline motor? Pretty good.
Oh, yes, it does. I mean, it works great in a gasoline motor, and we're, trying to investigate ways that it works even more completely. So we're checking some of the different areas where the value is there. But just so everybody understands, stiction eliminator cleans out everything inside the engine, and it does it safely. And what's unique about it is a lot of products will clean out your engine like seafoam. It'll clean out the engine, but they're using a solvent type of product, like putting like mineral spirits or something like that in the engine. So yeah, that will clean it out. The problem is that it creates harm other areas. It ruins the lubricating properties of the oil that's in there. So what we did that was unique is putting a product in there that actually lubricated the engine better than oil itself by using some real expensive and great Group 5 esters, nanocarbons. So the difference is we're cleaning out and we're lubricating at the same time, which is just a really cool thing to be able to do. Now, on a gas engine, one of the things that we have not done well, and everybody's probably heard me talk about these things before, but to be totally transparent, we're so focused on diesel engines, we're so focused on the truck driver that gas engines don't come on our radar screen a lot. But we realize that a lot of the new engines out there, a lot of the gas engines are so efficient. They're trying to push the mark so far that they're running into these problems that we call stiction, just like the diesel engines did 10 years ago. So it does work just as well in a gas engine. We just haven't been able to nail down all the claims for everybody. So some areas I personally have seen some huge differences have been like in a Saab. Some of the old Saab engines used to get a lot of buildup in the tube going to the upper part of the engine. This cleans it out in one treatment, makes it run like brand new. The Chevy Avalanche, which has some of the cylinders that shut down, it cleans that out, makes them run again just like new. We've used it in tractors, lawnmowers, you name it. So the big picture, the overall thing is you're cleaning out all of the buildup that's inside the engine that happens over time. It happens more in engines that are more efficient, that have a higher range of temperature, a higher level of pressure. Some of the more efficient, like an Audi, things like that. But it also happens in other engines if you leave oil in too long. So we're able to affect change in those engines in a big way. We just haven't been able to nail it down like we have the diesel engines, because that's it's our passion. I don't want to make it sound like a weakness or something we've done wrong. It's just that's where we grew up. We grew up around the diesel engine. The company grew up working for the truck driver. And now we're starting to, not now, for the last 2 years, we've seen all these areas in the gas engines where it does such a great job. Now we need to go back and validate those claims so that we can tell you clearly and concisely why it works in a gas engine. So yes, it works in a gas engine.
I got a 2008 Cadillac that I gave to my grandson. It's got like 130,000 miles on it, and it's been running a little rough. But he put a can of seafoam in it the other day, and it helped it out. But I'd be willing to try that in the engine. So which product do I need to order? The stiction eliminator, or which product do I need to put in the oil?
With that many miles, I would start off with the stiction eliminator, just a 16-ounce bottle. Mm-hmm. And what it's going to clean out everything inside the engine. And when you're done, it should run a little bit more efficiently. Not just cleaner, but even, building up the film strength of the oil. The nanocarbons that we use in there, they increase the film strength of the oil, but they also fill in all the asperities on the cylinders. The esters that we use go in there and they clean up all the little surfaces, the camshaft, the cam bearings, the main bearing, all those things get oil built up on, or like oil residue built up on them. We clean that out so it looks brand new when you're done.
So a 16-ounce bottle, do I need to put it in there when I change the oil, or put it in there before I change the oil?
I would put it in there. Either one's fine, but when you change oil, it works best. So for those of you that don't know how the product works, we put it in there, and the longer it's in there, the better. you know, some products that you put in there as an engine clutch, they want it in there just for a very limited amount of time. What we want to do is we want to leave it in there for as long as you can leave it in there, like 3,000 miles, 5,000 miles, whatever your oil change is. That way you're getting the full benefit of it. It's, you know, there's nothing damaging in it. There's nothing that's going to harm your engine. It's just the opposite. It's all good. It's all good stuff. So put it in there before you change your oil.
Well,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to try that and see how it works.
Well,
and Steve,
let us know. Report back.
I sure will. Steve, I'm headed to California for the cool weather out there.
Yeah, right. 110, 120. Enjoy.
Yeah, I'm in Biloxi, Mississippi right now on I-10. I'm going to run I-10 all the way to El Paso and then up through New Mexico and Arizona. And I'm going over there, and then I'm going to cut up to 40 and cut up there through Death Valley, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm going to get out there. But you know that heat out there, Steve, it's a different heat than it is over here.
Yeah, right. It's a dry heat.
Yeah, it's a dry heat. So you know, you get outside, you don't sweat like you do here. I mean, you can still breathe in it, but it's still heat. But you can still fry an egg on the sidewalk with it.
Exactly. And you know, it's dry in the oven too. Do you notice that?
I've never been in an oven, Steve. I've just been smoking my cigarette on the fuel island.
Yep.
It's pretty dry out there, but that's why I called you. I was having a cigarette on the fuel island. Figured I'd call Steve tonight.
Well, check in. Well, it's been like somebody was asking about you the other night, and I said he's still around. He doesn't call in very often, and like I said, it's April the 12th. Don't be such a stranger, Doc.
Well, that's because I sleep at night most of the time.
Okay.
If I'm not sleeping, I'm in the casino playing poker. You know how that goes.
Yes, sir.
So, anyway, I appreciate the Hot Shot Secrets information, and I'm going to try a 16-ounce bottle of that Stiction Eliminator.
And
go in that old Cadillac, see how it runs.
Why don't you run a little bit of that Gasoline Extreme at the same time? I know Chris can vouch, because that's going to clean out the fuel side, get up into the injectors and everything on the gasoline side. Stiction Eliminator and a dose of Gasoline Extreme.
Was that part of that $20 deal you was talking about a while ago?
Oh, that was the Stiction Eliminator. What was it? Hell, I don't even have it in front of me now. No, that was the Gasoline Extreme. Yeah, the Gasoline Extreme. And then it comes with an 8-ounce bottle of the FR3 friction reducer. The FR3 is what you go to after you've run the Stiction Eliminator. The Stiction Eliminator has the FR3 in it already. So run that, get that bundle. You get the $20 bundle, then just add in a bottle of the Stiction Eliminator. That's what you need right there, brother.
All right, I'll get online and get that ordered.
Very good.
I guess you can go online, right? Just go to HotShotSecrets.com or whatever.
And when you're checking out, use the coupon code Overnight Drive and get 10% off your order.
I will do that. I'll put overnight drive.
All one word, Overnight Drive. That'll get you. There you go.
All one word. All righty. Well, Steve, it's been good talking to you, and I'll let you get back to Mr. Hotshot there. And I appreciate the information he gave me and all that. It was some good info there.
Very good. All right, we'll expect a full report.
Y'all have a good Labor Day week. Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, stay cool out there, Doc. All right, we're a little behind here. We'll get our news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The federal judge declined to immediately rule on whether to appoint an independent reviewer of the material that was taken from former President Trump's Florida home by the FBI. The judge did order to have a more detailed inventory of what was taken unsealed by the FBI. The former president continues to maintain that he did nothing wrong when he brought the sensitive materials to Florida last year.
Then all of a sudden you're leaving, and stuff gets packed up and sent. Right. All sorts of stuff. Mostly the boxes, pictures and newspapers and shirts and gear and, golf balls.
Former New York Police Department officer Thomas Webster, who unsuccessfully tried to convince a Washington, D.C. jury that he was merely acting in self-defense against a police officer who he assaulted on January 6th. I'm Tony Maruso, and this is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You aced vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
it's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed, that's our number. Dial us up here. Only get to do this every once in a while. Your chance to chat with Chris Gabrelchik. The reason we're here, as a matter of fact. Let me get over to see who's checking in. YouTube, Facebook, some of our listening friends there. Philly Dan is on board. Hello, Philly Dan. Dan says, I need a 6-month vacation. 2 times a year. Is that right? Yeah, we all do, right? Heavy D on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crews. Stay safe out there and keep on trucking. Gerald's on board. Howdy, Steve, my man. We got 69 outside here in Cape Girardeau, Missouri right now. Everybody have a groovy weekend. You too, Steve. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry, of course. Be safe. Timothy on board. Todd Wheeler. Hello from Jackson, Tennessee with 70 degrees. Randolph is on board this morning. There's Richard in Central Florida, 74 degrees. Hello, Steve and the crew. Hello to Pappy, a beautiful 66 here in southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. All right, 81 in Biloxi, Mississippi at this hour. We just spoke to Doc Holliday there. Let's see, Michigan Madman on board, proud to be MAGA. Yeah, I did not tune into the speech, but I hear it wasn't real good, was it? Copy in the mail, 5-7, what's going on there? Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Joe Self, a pleasant 70 degrees in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Happy Friday to all, and enjoy your weekend. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, with 68 degrees here in Erlanger, Kentucky. Hey, you're just across the river there. Huge bluegrass shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the out security perimeter of the Overnight Drive secret bunker. Yes, you are. Just across the river there. Hello to Buster Brown. Morning, Steve, from Miramar Beach, 83 degrees. Really sad. This administration's trying to divide this country. Yeah, the headlines are divider in chief after his primetime speech this past evening. Let's see. Morning, Kyle's on board. Hello, Kyle. What's happening? Morning to the Overnight Drive Nation from Columbus, Ohio. The boss is in the house tonight. Drive safe out there. Let's roll. All right. Hadn't heard from Kyle in a while. Maybe he'll give us an update here. Mike says, I'm proud to be a Hillary deplorable and a Brandon fascist. Please vote in the midterms. That's Mike in Beaver Creek. Let's see. I see Miss Millie there, but it's not Miss Millie. We need to send out some prayers. This is Gabby. My mama is Miss Millie. She had a stroke. Will you please pray for her? She loves you guys. She loves your show. I'm 9 years old, and I'm staying with her tonight, and I turned the program on for her to listen to. She's resting right now. All right, prayers for Miss Millie. I know she loves the program and all the crews, characters out there. Legendary Big Moose on board. Oh, boy, I hope it's Friday because my giddy up and go done gone and went. Let's do it to it. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Slower traffic, please keep to the right. Big Moose out there on the road tonight. Let's see. Good morning, Steve. There's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. Overnight low, 43 degrees. Ooh, a taste of fall coming your way. And let's see, 1 or 2 more here. Morning from Diesel Dave checking in. And there's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 78, a human night. A big thanks to JR. I found one of those fan belts I needed at Napa, as he suggested, and one they said they didn't have access to. I picked up on the way to the house in Smyrna, Georgia at the Kenworth. So let's see, I picked that one up today, and then I have to unload after I run some other errands. I don't want to be anywhere on the highways after 3 o'clock this afternoon because the traffic will not be pleasant with the holiday weekend. I will be distributing my other 2 trucks, their boxes of everyday diesel treatment. I got that, and I'm going to put some FR3 in my truck Tuesday when I get the oil change. And my mighty Buckeyes open up with Notre Dame Saturday. Go Buckeyes. Looking forward to the weekend. Then get some work done on my truck Tuesday. I won't get out of here till next Friday. So have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. There you go. Some of our friends checking in. Chris Gabrielchik joins us this morning. Let's just jump right back to the calls here. And there's another voice we haven't heard in a while. Hello, Lone Ranger.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Steve, let me start out by saying it's so refreshing to hear someone who's offering a product like Chris, who knows the product, knows what it does, knows how helpful it can be to the consumer. I saw a commercial the other night. There's a company that has a piece of plastic you put under your office chair. And their sales pitch is, this is coated with nanotech technology. What the hell is nanotech technology on a hunk of plastic? That was their sales pitch. Chris explains not only what the product is, but what it does. It's a proven product. And it's so refreshing to hear that. The guy knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about. And he has a proven product to offer to the public. So it's just refreshing. And to hear Doc Holliday after all these years, I didn't even know he was still out there. I thought he was retired. He probably found a nice girl and moved to the West Coast and was laying on the beach sipping pina coladas. And she was sitting next to his lawn chair feeding him grapes. But he was the only guy I ever knew in my life who can leave a casino and not have to stop at the ATM to get enough money for the bus ride home. It's great to hear his voice. And, of course, I'm friends with Big Ed and Monkey Gouger and stuff and communicate with them a little bit. But it takes me back to the original days, 2003, when I started listening to the program. But I tried to watch a little bit of the nursing home patient in chief that we have in lieu of a president tonight. And I never saw such a hate-filled speech. He's so confused. He had his wife walk him to the podium like a puppy. And when she walked away, he has this thing where he shakes hands with a ghost. He put his hand out to shake hands, but there was nobody there, Steve. So he goes into this long diatribe about how if you're a MAGA Republican, you're a terrible person, you're against the Constitution, you're against the rule of law. The rule of law says we should have a secure border. Since he's ignoring that rule of law at the border, we now have 300 people per day dying of fentanyl overdoses.
Yes, sir.
We also have at the border, the coyotes and cartel members are raping young female immigrants as young as 5 years old at the border. So his open border policies are causing deaths in this country. This is unbelievable. I feel like when I watch the speech, I thought I was watching an episode of The Twilight Zone. I was waiting for Rod Serling to come out, and they had this backdrop. It was dark red,
yes,
like you were, talking to the devil. And these poor guys, these two Marines are standing there. They had to be embarrassed as hell. This guy goes on with this hate-filled speech. When he knows he's not doing well, if he has to attack his opponent, possible opponent. If you don't have anything to offer in the way of qualifications and accomplishments, you have to attack your opponent. And there's enough stupid people in this country that'll listen to it and believe him. But I don't know where we're going. This country is so upside down right now, it's incredible. I am so happy that I cashed in my stocks, because the stock market, when I cashed in, was 39.5. Now it's down. Last time I looked, it was 33 something, 32 something. And I've been taking the money and investing it in classic cars, as you could probably expect. I'm up to 10 Corvettes now, and the latest one is a 67. They're all mostly 57 to 62. So I'm doing okay. Busy. In fact, I'm going to Eau Claire, Wisconsin after the holiday's over. I don't want to deal with no traffic to pick up another one. I'm doing good. And I was happy to hear your voice. You know, I don't stay up at night. You know, I get up early in the morning, go to sleep early. I got a busy schedule every day. I'm busier in retirement than I was when I was working. But it's so good to hear the voices. Your program attracted me in 2003 because I felt that the people who listen to this program are people who are my peers because, you know, okay, I was in the trucking industry. I'm not anymore. But these are all people, for the most part, that work hard for their money. And I consider that to be my peers. These are people that are quality Americans, most of them patriotic. And that's what makes your show for me. And of course, hearing your voice, you kept me awake a lot of nights because, you know how we used to get into the little barbs back and forth, you know, political, trucking, whatever. And it's just a refreshing voice to hear again. Doc Holliday was great to hear him again. Chris explaining his product, how good it works, what it's about. He knows what he's talking about. He has a product that's been proven. It was just a pleasant experience to listen to your show for a few minutes. And it's time for me to go to bed. So
Okay.
Have a good night, and I hope you're doing well.
Hey, great to hear from you. Don't be a stranger when you get up from one of those pee breaks at 3 o'clock in the morning. You can tune us in and dial us up, say hello. Lone Ranger. All right. Hey, Chris, you say Sarah Lee on board?
She is. I asked her to call in and give us an update. I think she's on the guest line. Hopefully you can get to her. I'm not quite sure how that works, if you can get two people on there or just one. So
I'm not seeing her on the screen here, so I don't know. Maybe she can just try the regular number, the 844-844-3388. Yeah, I've never had two guests on at the same time, so that would be a first for us. But yes, Sarah, just try that number, 844-844-3388. We'll get a quick 2-minute timeout and see if she's back on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, here we are on a Friday morning. Yes, Sarah dialed us up on the regular listener line, so I've got her on board. We're just a couple minutes from news break. Let's get the news break taken care of here in a couple minutes, and we'll come back and get a full report. Sarah Lee, of course, with Waypoint Vets. They've had several excursions, which I was thinking about that the other day. It's been a hot summer, some of these getaways, so we'll get a full report. First, a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars there for Lone Ranger, generator, and pretty much anything that may be sitting around for an extended period of time with the gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Well, there's going to be a lot of people burning fuel this weekend as we head into Labor Day weekend. Yeah, later this afternoon, it's going to be very, very busy on the highways and byways. In the latest numbers, I guess it's a bit of good news, at least for gasoline consumers, because gas prices continue to fall ahead of the last travel weekend of summer after a seemingly never-ending spring of price hikes at the pump. Gas prices have continued to gradually decline through the summer and should be at the lowest levels probably since March the 3rd, about 20% lower than we were on the July 4th weekend at $3.79 per gallon. So it's better than it was. Feels like we've still got a way to go. Of course, we touched earlier this week, while the gas prices continue coming down, we've seen the trend change. Diesel prices were up national average 20 cents per gallon this past week. So the national average, again, back in excess of $5 per gallon. But yeah, this is forecast to be the biggest travel summer since the pandemic shutdowns all started in 2020. GasBuddy.com did a survey of how many people were planning to take a vacation or a trip this summer. 58% said they planned to hit the road this summer, with 33% of them traveling Labor Day weekend, which sounds like it may be very busy out there on the highways. All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marussa reporting. President Joe Biden made his Soul of the Nation speech from Philadelphia's Independence Hall Thursday night. The president called on Americans to join him in rejecting Make America Great Again, MAGA Republicans.
I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology.
Former President Donald Trump said Thursday he will very, very seriously consider full pardons for the rioters who breached the U.S. Capitol on January 6th if he runs for re-election and wins. I will tell you, I will look very, very favorably about full pardons. If I decide to run and if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons, full pardons, Trump said on the Wendy Bell radio show Thursday, adding, we'll be looking very seriously at full pardons because we can't let that happen. I'm Tony Marussa for USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Republican Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano is suing the House Special Committee investigating the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol. Mastriano, a state senator, filed a complaint in federal court Thursday challenging the legality of the panel's ability to compel witnesses to sit for depositions. Central to this issue is the fact that this committee lacks a ranking minority member or any members designated by the minority party, the suit reads. Mastriano's lawyers assert they are not questioning the legality of the committee or its ability to issue subpoenas. Rather, they say that without a ranking Republican member, the committee cannot guarantee witnesses being deposed a fair hearing. For at least the third time in a dozen years, portable toilets are parked outside the ornate Mississippi Capitol because Jackson's water system is in crisis. The big Gotta Go trailer is just one example of the city's desperation. Many homes, businesses, and government offices have had little or no running water this week, forcing people to wait in long lines for drinking water or water to flush toilets. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A new federal study suggests the pandemic has taken a toll on education. Test scores of 9-year-olds fell 7 points, while the average reading score fell 5 points compared to 2020. Dr. Peggy Carr, the Commissioner for the National Center for Education Statistics at the U.S. Department of Education, tells why reading scores may have held up better.
Reading is a subject that is not as influenced by what goes on in school. It's what goes on in school, also what goes on outside of school. Reading for fun, those activities that promote a culture or love of reading.
The UN levies charges against China.
The United Nations has accused China of serious human rights violations in a long-awaited report into allegations of abuse in the Xinjiang province, home of the Uyghurs. Beijing called the report a farce arranged by Western powers, but UN investigators say they found credible evidence of torture and crimes against humanity. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Serena and Venus Williams traded fist bumps or palm slaps and chatted between points. They smiled while conversing in their seats at changeovers. When their first doubles match together in 4.5 years ended with a loss at the U.S. Open on Thursday night, the siblings hugged each other, then left the court to a standing ovation. The Williams sisters were eliminated by the Czech pair of Lucy Radecka and Linda Noskova, 7-6-6-4 at Flushing Meadows. I'm Tony Marusso. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. Getting set for the weekend. Labor Day weekend, I know. Unofficial farewell to summer. A lot of folks going to be heading out and about. Be safe. Pack your patience when you hit the highway. That's the word from the Highway Administration. A lot of traffic. Don't be in a hurry. You want to get there safely, right? All right, thank you for hanging in there. We're back with Chris Gabrelchik, and there's Sarah Lee. How we doing, Sarah?
Great. How are y'all tonight?
Well, it's a Friday, and I guess you're here to give us a full report. You know, I guess, Sarah, the last time the three of us had a chance to chat, we were sitting behind microphones in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-America Truck Show. It was good to put a face with the voice.
Yes, it was so good to finally meet you in person. It's March 25th. I actually remember the day. It was a wonderful day, and I got to sit and talk with you face to face. It meant a lot to be there.
Yeah.
So,
well, give us. Chris is on the line with us here as well, so give us a full report, I guess. How are things going? You've done what excursions have you done thus far this year?
first of all, it's great to be here with you too, Chris. I can't tell you what it means to be back on the show and to get to tell you this. I'm so excited. I'm not sure if I told you what happened in the first part of the year, so I'll just break it down. I guess we had first of all, we had 4 trips last year, and then this year we've been able, thanks to Mr. Gabrelchik, expand now to 10 trips this year.
Wow.
So we've been able to serve that many more veterans. We started with a retreat in Zion, Utah. It was like a namaste retreat properties. It was beautiful. We did a winter Zion trip with canyoneering and hiking through the Virgin River and the Narrows and the Red Rock with the white caps of the snow. It was unbelievable. We went to Bryce Canyon, super therapeutic, it was just beautiful, very serene, and the stillness that comes with winter. So that was really special. And then we did our, third annual.
Hey, Sarah?
What? Yes.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Can you explain what you guys are all about? Because there's probably a lot of new listeners here that don't know anything about Waypoint Vets or about you. I know me and Steve and the rest of the gang that's normally listening, we're used to treating each other like family.
Sure.
Yeah, that's true.
But we got to think, okay, who's somebody listening for the first time? What's he wondering? Who are these people?
Oh, absolutely. They're like, who's this chick? Like, absolutely. Thank you so much. What a great point. My name is Sarah Lee. I'm an Army combat vet and a founder of Waypoint Vets. And we're a 501c3 with the mission of uniting and empowering veterans through activities and adventure. And we combine physical and mental intensity with the stillness and beauty of nature to deliver clarity and healing to military veterans all over America. And we're all volunteers, and we cover all the costs for the veteran participants. And so we serve all.
What's the main idea behind it?
The main idea is to bring.
Yeah.
It's to bring healing and camaraderie to our veteran community. After you get out of the military, you've really missed those things, and things tend to get weird. So much of your identity is wrapped up in your service. So it's kind of like, who am I now? What do I do now? And things like that. And for some people, it's pretty quickly that they're feeling this. Some people, it's a slow build. For me, it was over the course of years that it kind of added up to, why am I even here? And my friends aren't, or who am I anymore, really? Will anything ever quite fill the void the military did? There's just so many factors involved. But I took a cross-country cycling trip. Oh, sorry, what?
Go ahead. I was going to say, what was the main reason you got this all started? But it sounds like you were getting there.
Yeah, I hit a rock bottom of sorts. There was love all around me, and I don't know, I just was really struggling with wanting to be here. And I made an attempt on my life in 2016 and failed. Obviously, I'm here, but I don't know how I'm here. But the next day, I went and bought a bicycle, and I ended up doing this Hail Mary cross-country self-supported cycling journey from coast to coast. It was 4,010 miles, so very much a life on the road experience. Just roadside camping. I had 2 outfits for 5 months and carried everything that I needed on my bicycle. So I just pedaled, and I couldn't believe the healing I received and the kindness I experienced throughout the country. There are so many good people out there that we never hear about, and it just totally reignited my lust for life, my passion for people. I fell back in love with America, and that is what really fueled me to found a nonprofit, an adventure nonprofit, to take vets out on adventures to receive similar healing. I figured I can't be the only weirdo out there that this works for, you know? So it definitely saved my life. And that's what inspired me to start it to begin with.
So the idea is now you're taking other vets out on adventures to, go ahead, finish the sentence. You're taking people out to do what?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're bringing the veterans together, which is a huge plus. A lot of the vets that sign up, they tend to isolate a lot, like I do, and you know, they're not big on new people, different new places. So really, they put a lot of trust in us by signing up to begin with. But they go on our website, which is waypointvets.org. There's a veteran sign up form, so they sign up through the website. And we bring veterans together in different locations throughout the country to do a variety of activities. And there's a therapeutic component. You know, we allow them to disconnect and detach and get away from the noise, and just really receive and just rediscover parts of themselves through these crazy itineraries we put together. Some are crazier than others. Some involve like canyoneering, rappelling hundreds of feet, summiting mountains, stuff like that. And some are a little less intense, but equally as effective in more of a relaxation type of approach. But regardless, they just really allow you to tap back into yourself. All these things the military require that have been lying dormant, you get to tap back into those to get through some of these trips and stuff. And we need each other out there, again, much like our training, like to get through a lot of these canyons or valleys or mountains, and we're in it together. So it really restores and reinforces that veteran foundation that has been, you know, just severed or nipped away by either being out or for different reasons, society, life things happen. So you really get to get back to that veteran foundation and also the human connection that we all share.
So from a high level, in essence, what we're doing is we're gathering, 10, 20 vets. We're going out on an adventure, and the idea is to reconnect, maybe try to deal with some of the PTSD issues, talk about life, and just feel a little bit more connected.
Yes. Our itineraries and the structure is geared around actively combating post-traumatic stress, military sexual trauma, and suicidal ideation. So yes, very, very much so. The veteran issues they're vast and they're so unique to the individual. So I've been so proud of our participants that have come with open minds, open hearts, and just bringing their most present self. It allows them to. The thing with meeting strangers, you get to be exactly who you are now. No one has any frame of reference. There's no pressure to be this persona or whoever you work hard to, you know, be every day. You get to just come as a blank slate. And what they bring to the experience for the other vets is usually unexpected and awesome, because we still have a lot to give inside, even if we don't think it's there or think it's much.
So what does just walk me through in 60 seconds or less, what's a event look like?
Well, we have dedicated women retreats. And the rest of our events are all co-ed. So I'll just go through like a co-ed one. So everybody, I'll walk through a canyoneering trip. So everybody, we fly everybody into Vegas for that one, and then we have a shuttle drive. We drive them all to the Zion National Park area. We have our gear guy there, and we pick up all our gear. Camping, we fully outfit everybody for camping, canyoneering, any activity that we have, we fully outfit them. So all the gear is included. And so we get dropped off, and we wander into the wilderness, build our base camp. And this is probably the roughest one of them. The others, we have nice properties, things like that, but I like to rough it, so I'm going to go through the camping one. And so we set up base camp. We have a little camp kitchen out there, and we take everything we need for 4 days, 5 days, 4 nights. And then from there, we'll venture out into these different activities, and they can, they are vary from the canyoneering, like I mentioned, which is kind of scrambling, navigating up different canyons, and then using your gear to rappel, and sometimes using each other's body weight to rappel hundreds of feet, and just different ways. There's more technical canyons. And then we come back to base camp each night, and we have a bonfire. We sit around the fire. We have our circles. We have our circles each evening where we make ourselves present, and we share. Sometimes we sit and watch the fire, but a lot happens out there, especially after. I know this is over 60 seconds, but like the physical intensity aspect. Well, our meetings are usually like 4 hours once we get into like we're helping people. It's like it's so passionate, you know. But like the physical intensity aspect, like so they're out there and they're showing what they're made of really all day, and they're surprising themselves, you know, and they're feeling empowered. So by the time we get to the circles at night, they're more likely to open up and maybe talk about some vulnerable things because they feel empowered already going into that, and they've bonded over these intense situations just like our training. So it's just really cool. And then we have our alumni certificates. We give them on the last night along with our coin. We have an alumni program. We don't just send them off with a box of medals like the military did. We keep them in touch. We have a continuation of care program and tools, takeaways, resources, and we designate a team leader out of the participants to keep that group close. And then they talk to me. So, yeah, it's... That was at least 125 seconds. So.
All right, fine. Steve, can I give a rundown of how we got started down this path? I won't take a whole lot of time. Do you want to do the break first, or do you want me to do it now?
We take care of that 2 minutes, and let's do that. And we'll be right back. And of course, you want to chime in? It's 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, thanks for hanging in there. And all right, so Chris, you wanted to break down, I guess, the story of how you and Sarah kind of came together and got this cooperation started, right?
Yeah, so, I'm like, I just want to give a little bit of background because I'm sure a lot of people are wondering how did we get on this track, Like most people, I'm not intimately involved in the military, and I'm not involved in a lot of vets, things like that. So I'm talking to Sarah one day. She was in my office, and she was telling me that more vets have died from suicide than died from the war. And I mean, I was just appalled. I mean, I just couldn't believe that. It's like, holy smokes, how can, the greatest nation on the face of the earth allow this to happen? We've got to do something about this. So, she had a heart for this, and she had an idea and a plan. And the way she explained it to me at the time, let me rephrase that and say the way I received the information she was giving me was, once we get out into an area where we can kind of re-coordinate as we did in the Army, we kind of click. And some of our old instincts come together. We start to think like we did when we were in the military, and we start to heal. And, we start talking and thinking like we did 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever it was. In some cases, even more than that, because some of the vets that have gone on these things are from the Vietnam War. So that gives you an idea where it's at. So I just, I told her, you find a way to fix this and I'll support it. So actually, I just wrote a Post-it note and said, fix it. Let me know how I can help. I put my phone number down. So she got to work on this whole idea of doing waypoint vets and, started adding more of the infrastructure to it. Like, well, we could do one trip. We can do 4 trips, if we did this, this, and this. So the idea was, hey, let's help where we can. I know there's lots of great organizations out there like Wounded Warriors and things like that, but this seemed to be more of a grassroots type of thing. This is somebody that had a passion for fixing a problem, just like we did. We had a passion for fixing a problem with diesel engines, and we just did it. There was no big corporation behind us. There was no, team. It was just, we just did it. Hey, here's a problem, we fix it. That's what we do in America. At least in my mind, that's what we do. That's my eyes of America. It's like, we see a problem, we fix it, man. We go at it. We don't sit and talk about it. We don't have a meeting about the meeting. We just do it. Well, that's what Sarah was doing. She didn't talk about it. She just said, I'm going to do this. So, I was all on board. How do we make this happen? And little by little, she's put the pieces together. So for those of you that don't know, she's put together this organization called Waypoint Vets. And they take veterans out, to the desert, like she was explaining, or wherever, if it's a canoe trip, if it's canyoneering. But the point is, it's to get you away from all the distractions of everyday life and get you to reconnect, think about and talk about the things that are really bothering you, and get out of your everyday life of, what's bogging me down and wearing me out, and hopefully bring them up a couple levels so they can deal and cope with life better. It's been such a wonderful thing. I mean, she's expanded now to, which she started this conversation with, to like 10 trips a year, where they're taking, 5 to 10, well, I don't know, Sarah, you give us the numbers, but, she's taking them out, and, the range of people is huge. I mean, we're going from, and again, Sarah can give you the numbers. I mean, older people all the way down to younger people, but the whole idea was to heal. And these people have given everything for our freedom. I mean, they're risking their life for us to be able to have what we have today. And, they come back and now they're killing themselves. Well, crap, we can't deal with that. We got to do something to fix that, right? I mean, whatever we can do, we'll do. And that was my attitude. It's like, hey, if this is something we can do anything to fix, then we're going to put our best foot forward and try and fix it. So that's how we got started. That's not the most eloquent way to explain it all. Sarah will do a better job. I just want to give a little bit of background on it.
No, it's amazing. I'm just sitting here. it does feel surreal still sometimes. I mean, from that first meeting and your amazing questions. You're such a big picture thinker and doer, and you really inspired and ignited me to dive into this. And you made it possible for me to actually execute my vision and got us started with our first canyoneering trip in 2020. We were able to outfit all the veterans with gear. We still use the same exact gear. It's really great gear. And it's been a dream come true ever since. It's a lot of hard work, but it's serving again. That was really missing for me. And with your support has allowed me to do that again and to create that ripple effect that we hope to create with our adventures, but putting good into the world, leaving people better than we found them, just doing our part, making a dent in the darkness,
That's a good way to say it. Putting a dent in the darkness. What's your oldest and youngest vets that have been on trips?
We've had a veteran that was, I believe, 22, and our oldest alumni is 74.
Wow.
So, and that was a great conversation too. The between generations there, because we do share a bond that transcends generation, era, all that. So that just a lot of cool stuff happens on these. It's hard to describe, but it's an honor to do it, and we are losing a lot of people. It's the 22 a day has been around now too long, and it's one every 65 minutes. It's just really. It's really something. I've lost so many friends to it now. I was right there myself, which I know helps fuel my heart for this. And we put a big emphasis on honoring our fallen. Every trip we create customized dog tags with the names of our participants fallen that they trust to us to create their dog tags. And we carry them on our trips. We carry their memory and honor their memory out there. And the motto, our heartbeat, our motto is honor the fallen by living. And that came to me on my bike trip. Like, it could just be that simple. That people have died on our behalf. I mean, it's a debt we feel like we can never repay, but we can honor them by staying united as a community, by having conversations, by wanting to be okay. Wanting to be okay is probably the biggest step of all. But we can honor them simply by choosing life and to live fully on their behalf.
So if I can just get us distracted for one more minute, Steve, everybody that's listening, I just want you to think about this for a minute. We all know of the Red Cross and, all the big charities that have hundreds of millions of dollars to do things. It's not always the huge heroic things that happen. America is about all the small guys, and that's what makes us great. Sarah, what was your first year's budget, 2020? How much did you pull this off for?
Well, in 2020, our budget was the $10,000 that you gave me, and some individual donations that, $10, $20 donations that added up and enabled us to run our first trip. And it took everything financially we had to do that first trip, and I just wanted it done just right, and it was just really the testimonials were, yeah.
So that what I want to just mention to everybody is she started an entire charity on $10,000. Again, this is not Red Cross. So what was year two like? What was your budget? How many trips did you make?
And I'm going to try not to get choked up, but I want to say that sometimes, it takes just meeting that one person that can help you launch your dream and your vision, that shares your passion for people, that makes these things possible. And that meeting that day was a turning point in the course of my life. This became a reality the day that you said you would help. And I will always work hard to do right by your support. I'm so proud to be doing this with you and for our veterans. So I just have to tell you, so in 2021 then, we had 4 national adventures, and I believe we had around 30, that we started the year with around 20, and then we ran a fundraiser that y'all agreed to match up to $30,000, I believe, in 2020, in spring of 2021. And so you matched our fundraiser. We were able to add a whole nother trip on, because our waiting list, it has grown, it keeps growing, and we were able to help so many more veterans because of that. And then for people to donate and for their donations to be matched, it just really fired people up in great ways. It's going twice as far, helping twice as much because you committed to doing that. So it's just a good inspired good the whole year last year. And then
now, am I mistaken in saying the only place the only place we advertise this is on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive?
The advertising, advertising the matching and things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, as far as raising the funds or
place?
announcing, I think I know we announced. I did an online fundraiser for that, and then we made posts. But the Steve Summers Show, yeah, that's where we did our main. Hey, guess what? Kind of you guys got to we need you to know about this type of things. That's why, it's so it's so meaningful to be on here every time, because this is where we talk about it.
So this is I know that like the work that you're doing and the events are huge. But just for 1 minute, I just wanted to key in on the fact that just 2 years ago, you started with $10,000, and with the help of Steve Summers and all these listeners and all the people that donated, and I know you guys do a lot of grassroots things down in Tennessee also, but we went from 0 to this year. How many events and what's your budget?
Yes, we're going to, at the end of this year, we will have done 10 trips this year. And Hot Shot Secrets, y'all committed to matching up to $50,000 this year, and we've raised that before the second quarter, and which just blows my mind. We had our charity motorcycle fundraiser. The Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association made a donation. The Roughnecks MC. Through our website. It's just been incredible, and we hit that 50,000, and then you matched it. I couldn't wait to come on here and just express my gratitude. Trying not to get.
So how many bets will we do? How many bets will go on an adventure this year?
Let's see. We did over 100. Over 100. So last year there was we've more than doubled our impact, or close to tripling our impact.
So Steve, this is my the little side angle that I'm pulling off, not to take away from the wonderful, wonderful work that Sarah's doing, but in 2 years she went from 0 to 100 bets going on an event with the help of your listeners and what we're all doing together as a family. To me, that's the big story. Yeah. Again, you didn't have, we didn't have like $1 million budget. We didn't have a board of directors and hundreds and thousands. It's like we did this. She did this. She did this on her own with the help of everybody here, and now we're changing lives. These are people that are leaving. They're coming in one way and they're leaving in a better way. So, some are more broken than others. But the point is, it's the story of America. You did something great from scratch. You started from nothing. You made something great, and it wasn't done by General Motors or Ford. Not that there's anything wrong with them, but we did it. We did it, just the little guys, and that's what's so cool about this. Her passion, her dedication, her devotion to her fellow vets. She was able to pull us together, drive it forward, and with the help of everybody here, we were able to get it up to, now where it's a pretty decent, substantial thing that's making an impact on 100 people's lives every year. This year, next year, it'll probably be 200. So I think that's cool. I love those kinds of stories. I think it's the greatest thing in the world.
It's extremely cool, and people are nothing without each other. We need each other. We have to stand together if we want to stand a chance. And I can't tell you what it means that you gave me a chance to do this, to build this. And next year we have 14 trips on the books, and because of you all and the matching and the support, having me on the show, your amazing listeners who I'm getting messages from on the side right now, by the way, because we've connected and kept in contact, some of your listeners. Hey, Horse Feathers. Shout out to Horse Feathers. But because of that, we're in a position where we could pay for some of our trips already going into next year. And I can't tell you what it means as a founder, a facilitator, to create these trips and to promise them to these veterans who need something to look forward to, and to be able to, knowing that they are funded, that they will be taken care of, that they can count on this. Because when you have something to look forward to, you don't think about the end as much. Like, that's my trick for keeping me here. I need to have something to look forward to, and to give that to these vets means everything to me. And to know that they're going to be funded, and to know we could take care of these vets, I can't tell you how much it means, Chris. I really can't. And again, Sarah's the hero of this story. But the thing, Steve, that she did, which again I think is just awesome, is she wanted zero cost to the vet. Mm-hmm. So if that includes a plane ticket, if that includes camping gear, and other people have kicked in. People have donated their time.
their equipment. Again, it's one of those great American stories where everybody kicked in, they seen a need, we fixed it, or not fixed it, but we came together and we made it happen. But it doesn't cost anything. I mean, we pay for everything from beginning to end. The time you leave your house till the time you get back, we want to make sure you're taken care of. That way, it's available to everybody. And again, to me, I think it's just, a great American story, what she did. And I'm proud as all get out for her and all the people that have helped her. The organization that she's built, I know it's just getting started. Someday, 5 years from now, we're going to be looking at, a huge organization, and she's going to be scratching her head saying, how did we get here from there? Like, I can't believe this, so I love it. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get sidetracked and distract everybody, but.
Oh, no, everything is so on point. I'm already kind of there, like, wow, this is just absolutely amazing. And we're adding some trips next year for veterans in trucking as well, specifically veterans in trucking. So there's more details on that. I can definitely share more details as I know more about next year, because I am designing some trips specifically for veteran truckers. So I'm excited to share more of that when I have it too.
And one of the things that, Steve, that she said to me one time is, because I'm, sometimes I get stuck in my mode of trying to get work done. I'm sorry to say I'm a workaholic, and I get very easily stuck in the bubble. It's just my life. And she's like, we're changing lives. And that's the part you got to keep an eye on. I mean, you're changing lives. People that are, on a different trajectory with their life than they were before. And again, to me, the coolest part about all this is just grassroots America. This is not, a big corporation. It's just Sarah Lee. She just did it. She said, hey, here's a problem. Here's how I'm going to fix it. And she made it happen. I mean, that's just so cool.
Oh, that means so much. And I've met the most amazing people along the way too. Like you said, people giving of themselves, their resources, extending relationships they've built over decades to me and to Waypoint. It's absolutely amazing. And we have a team now. We have 18 people now helping on our Waypoint Vets team. So it's just the best people come along. It just naturally gravitates. I didn't want to rush anything. It just seemed to kind of just naturally manifest, just by giving it some time and patience, which I had to learn. I'm a human kitten, so patience it's amazing, the patience I've learned, and it pays off.
Each time
I've never been complimented on my patience either, so don't feel bad about that.
Each time I've had Sarah on the program, there's this individual here that wanted to chime in, and I'm assuming you want to say hey to Sarah. Hey, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Sergeant, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Listen, man, Steve, I was listening, and I had to take a couple phone calls. And as soon as I hung up, I, popped back in on the app, and I hear this voice talking, and I'm like, man, is that Sarah? And you went straight to a commercial, and I'm like, man, I think that was Sarah. And I said, I got a call. So I called up and been on hold. But then when you came on, obviously, Chris was talking about the amazing. I called in to voice my opinion, but Chris took the words right out of my mouth. I'll tell you, Sarge and Chris, to borrow the phrase from your buddy Willie, Steve, these are two great Americans. When you hear some of the rhetoric coming out of the White House, and we got people like this that do these sorts of things for other people, man, I'm
happy.
Just let me tell you, you guys are great Americans. If it wasn't people like you, this country wouldn't exist. I didn't think I was going to get all choked up here for sure, but I'll tell you what, man.
You're not alone. Dang it. You're not alone.
But Chris, you articulated it, so well. I can tell you, man, when I was younger, don't get to do it too much anymore. I'd love to go squirrel hunting, and there's something about just getting into the woods, and just being in the woods and sitting down. If you're by yourself or with somebody else, it doesn't matter. It's just something about being out in the wilderness, and that's what you were doing for these people. And it's amazing, and yeah, so I'm glad, Steve, I'm so glad you got me in here so I could say hi to Sergeant.
Me too.
Right.
You said it perfectly. Like, nature is a blank slate. We get to fill it with whatever we need. It's something special.
If we were live right now, she'd be giving you a big hug. She'd be like, hugging you like crazy.
It would be like literally a violent, sternum-crushing running start hug. I mean, believe me,
well,
there will be no survivors.
Well, two amazing people here, and these listeners know what's up, and it's just an amazing thing you're doing. And Chris, hats off to you. And, man, I wish I could articulate better than you could, but you hit the nail on the head.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's
and I get your
feeling it
emails
with you.
once in a while, and I'm on Facebook with you, and I see the pictures, that when you take your little trips, and I'll hit the like button, And,
better.
Man, it's just a great thing you're doing. But I'll get off of here and let somebody else get in here.
Thank you.
And great job, Sarge.
It's so great
Chris,
to hear your
bunch,
voice.
Yes, ma'am. So you all take
have
care.
a beautiful drive.
God bless you. All right. Thank you.
Oh, my Pappy.
Thank you, Pappy. Yes, Sarah, I think you missed it by a day. Pappy actually did get to come down. He was there at the Mid-America show with us on Friday, and you came up Saturday. So you could have met him there.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, man. Well, do you know next year? Well, I'll try to come next year.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get a quick timeout. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Oh, by the way, it's 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, guys. So, Sarah, any big plans for your Labor Day weekend? What's on the slate?
Yes, I do. We're doing a big Fallen Brothers ride with the Combat Vets Motorcycle Association here up near Nashville. So that's a big annual ride to honor our fallen.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be very meaningful.
So
and then I head out west for our next trip.
Where's the next? Where's the next adventure?
The next adventure is back out in Zion, and we're taking a group of veterans who are in trucking. Our first trip doing that out in the Zion area.
How about that?
And we have 2 women retreats, and our Lake Powell trip ends on Halloween at the end of October, and then I'm going to take like a big nap in November, and then do some more stuff in December, and then we'll start the next year. We have 14 trips on the calendar for next year, so just excited. I'm just excited.
And Sarah, do you have any hero stories or any testimonials on people that have gone? I know you got probably hundreds of them. Is there anything you can grab at the top of your head that touched your heart, or it's kind of a strange thing for us, not normal people. That ain't the right way to say it, but as civilians,
great way to say
you guys are out doing, yeah, but nobody would ever claim that I'm normal. So you guys are out there doing all this. What's give us just like maybe a highlight or something that somebody told you, because the point I want to make, Steve and Sarah, is that again, this is grassroots. This is the listeners that are here. This is not something that is being done with multi-million-dollar grants. It's just us doing it. And I remember reading a story one time about Mother Teresa. Everybody knows, Mother Teresa's story. She, went to India and she seen how poor and destitute everybody was. She just started helping one person at a time. She said that I seen this guy on the street and he was, naked, had no clothes. He had open wounds with maggots in them, and people were just walking by him like nobody cared. So she started helping him. Well, from that became, this whole charity thing that she started. And she was being interviewed one time, and somebody said, what can I do to help? And she said, there's people in your own backyard. You don't have to do something on the scale that we did. God called us. He blessed his charity and made it grow. But there's people in your own backyard. It starts with yourself and the people in your circle. Just go out and visit a nursing home, go to the hospital, go to the prison. There's people everywhere that need your help. Well, that's what always comes to my mind when I think about Sarah. It's like, this is just us. She's just doing it. She's seen a need, she fulfilled it, and she made it happen. So just throw out maybe a comment or something that somebody said to you about what you're doing.
There's like one from each branch that stands out in particular. I just remember an Army veteran, Staff Sergeant, she said that she let go of her fear and low self-esteem, and there was so much symbolism in the repelling of like taking that step and letting go and being able to trust yourself again in your gear and the people around you. And she said, I felt alive again for the first time since serving. And she was in her mid-60s. So it had been a while since she felt those feelings. And there was a Navy veteran. She was actually also in her mid-60s. I would say mid to late 60s, or no, early 60s. Sorry, ma'am, if you're listening. I just remember she said that it took weight off of her heart, and it gave her the courage to like herself again, and that she felt light and free after the trip. And these are veterans. I mean, we keep in close touch with them, still. So they're on our Facebook. We have a private alumni page just for them. They encourage each other, share pictures from the trip and sense. And we had an Air Force vet. I remember she said it's really a lot of courage mentioned and rediscovering yourself and the trust, like trusting my team, and that it was tranquil, but it was just super challenging, and like what the combination created inside of her. There was an enlightenment that took place on the trip. It's just so cool. It's so humbling to me. And it's honestly a bit of a relief that I'm not the only weirdo out there that requires these intensities and these contrasts to create, it's like heaven and hell combined to create healing.
I like that. That's good. That should be your slogan.
Oh gosh, I don't know. It's kind of intimidating sounding. After I said it, I was like, it's true, but man, that's intense in it all on its own.
I'm just as proud as can be for you and what you've been able to accomplish. I think it's just so cool. Again, and even the listeners and all the people that got involved and donated, and all the people that donated equipment and, you know, their boats, their houseboat, plane tickets, and, you know, so some of the backstory for those. Again, you're just hearing bits and pieces of it, but we've had people that have donated like all their frequent flyer points to Sarah to get vets from point A to point B for these trips. We had, or she had somebody that donated their houseboat to take people out on a trip. Again, all the stories she tells me, in my mind, this is what America's all about. This is what makes us great. It's not, you know, the big companies and the Democrats or the Republicans. It's just everyday people doing the right thing every day, fixing problems, making it work. That's what makes America America, in my mind.
Yeah, it's beautiful. We really do share a connection that goes to our roots as human beings, you know, and those tend to get severed by various things over time. But we really do have so much to talk about, so much to relate over, and so much to gain from each other. So that really, if we really create that safe, no shame, empowering environment for these vets from every walk of life you can imagine to come together, and they're finishing each other's sentences the first day, just laughing. They get off the van laughing. It's just it's an instant connection. It's beautiful to feel that as a veteran, just that, or really as anybody, that connection is still attainable and it's still instant. It's just it's very special, and it's cool. As long as you stay open, I think a lot of those things do happen, you know. But I have listened to your advice too, has been invaluable to me, as well as your financial support, because you mentioned infrastructure. We are growing. I want to do it right the first time. I want to be very careful about everything. We have an amazing team of all vets from every branch, all ages. One of our advisory board members, the retired colonel, he's 80. He just turned 81. He's absolutely amazing. He hiked a canyon with us. I'm sorry, 81 is our highest age now. He hiked a whole canyon with us. We just went up to the Middle East Conflicts Wall Memorial in Illinois, where my 3 friends are on that wall. It's a memorial for all the Middle East combat vets that were KIA during those conflicts. And so it was totally funded by volunteers. You know, the monuments, I learned, that are government funded, that they have to wait 10 years after a conflict ends to have that funding to build a memorial or a monument for that conflict. But there were some organizations, the Illinois Freedom Run, that raised the funds to construct this memorial for my generation of our fallen. So I can't tell you what it meant to go to that. And he helped me put that. We did that trip together. So we have a Vietnam era vet and a OIF vet coming together to do something for our generation. And we have so much to thank the whole Vietnam era, the generations before us, so much to thank them, how we're seen by the country, treated by the VA, and they never stopped fighting, and they won't. You know, they don't make them like that anymore. I feel old saying that, but they don't make them quite like that anymore. And it was a beautiful trip. So, and he's on my advisory board. So I'm just surrounded by amazing people who share my passion, just like you did, Chris. And I'm so excited to tell you that, just so you know, we are doing things the right way, and your advice has been invaluable throughout this whole process.
Yeah, you guys are doing all the heavy lifting. Trust me, I'm a slacker compared to you guys. So I'm glad that I could be a part of it. I'm glad I can help. I have nothing but the utmost respect for everybody that has served in the military, have worked on the police, fire, ambulance. Like, those people they're putting it out there, man. I mean, they're saying, hey, I'm going to put everything into this. I come to work and I do my job, but I'm not putting my life on the line. You know what I mean? I'm just coming here and working on stuff. But I look at those people as my heroes, like people like you, Sarah, and say, man, I mean, they went above and beyond the call. Just like your son, Steve, same way, Steve Jr. It's like, man, That's a cut above in my book. I mean, they're a couple levels above me and everybody else. It's like, hey, they're willing to put their money where their mouth was, or put their life where their heart was, and they did it. So anything I can do to help it, I'm going to do it. It's like, I'm blessed and privileged to be in this country, to have everything that I have, and anything we can do to give back to those people. The sky's the limit. Whatever we can do, I'll do it. I mean, whatever I can do, and that's kind of the way I feel about it.
Thank you so much, and I feel the same. You embody the American dream as well, because you built something out of nothing, and you grew it to a point where you could feed families, you could pay for people's educations, you put food on the table. I see you as the same, and I can't tell you what it means to the veteran community just to know that there are people out there that are actively trying to better the world, that don't even need to know who they are to care about their well-being. And you're one of those people. Really, it's amazing. It's amazing. And you made sure, you always say I do the heavy lifting, but you made sure, I've never once felt like I had to carry that alone since that meeting with you. So
you are doing a great job, Sarah. Trust me, you're doing a wonderful job. You keep going.
Thank you, sir.
Keep doing it. And, again, I can't wait to see where it's at 5 years from now. But we're going to get on Steve's show and talk about where we're at in 2028, when there's 10,000 trips or whatever. It'll be huge. And Steve will be talking about, I remember way back when we were at the trucking show and you guys are just getting started. And he'll have all those stories to bring back.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
I don't know where you're going to get so many hours out of a day, Sarah, but it sounds like he's got plans to keep you busy. For those who'd like to maybe become a part, or any veterans that may be listening to us at this hour that may want to get on the list, they simply go to waypointvets.org, correct?
Correct. Or our Facebook page. We're Waypoint Vets on Facebook as well. We do all sorts of posts and stuff.
Waypoint Vets, okay. You can make a donation to help support the cause, or if you'd like to try to get on the list, which I guess continues to grow, feel free to sign up there.
Thank you. Thank you both from the heart. It's just the best.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate the update. I guess we filled a full hour with Sarah Lee. How about that? We've got other things to cover too. Hey, Greg, and it warms the heart though. The entire conversation, it's heartwarming, and then people like Pappy. There's people out there that really, really, feel strongly about that, and that's kind of the way you are, Sarah, and that's the way Chris is, obviously. So. All right. Thank you so much, Sarah. You have a wonderful weekend, and we'll have to do this again. We'll get you back on here when you get your next fundraiser lined up, ready to go.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. This was so much fun. It's always so much fun. So thank you for everything you do. And to listeners, thank you from the heart. It means a lot. Thanks for being out there and caring. Really caring.
All right. Till we meet again, and have a great night. All right. Thank you much. All right. We'll take news break here, since we just kind of blew our clock out the window this morning, but we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marussa reporting. President Joe Biden made his Soul of the Nation speech from Philadelphia's Independence Hall Thursday night. The president called on Americans to join him in rejecting Make America Great Again, MAGA Republicans.
I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology.
Former President Donald Trump said Thursday he will very, very seriously consider full pardons for the rioters who breached the U.S. Capitol on January 6th if he runs for re-election and wins. I will tell you, I will look very, very favorably about full pardons. If I decide to run and if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons, full pardons, Trump said on the Wendy Bell radio show Thursday, adding, we'll be looking very seriously at full pardons because we can't let that happen. I'm Tony Marussa for USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $50 for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Republican Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano is suing the House Special Committee investigating the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol. Mastriano, a state senator, filed a complaint in federal court Thursday challenging the legality of the panel's ability to compel witnesses to sit for depositions. Central to this issue is the fact that this committee lacks a ranking minority member or any members designated by the minority party, the suit reads. Mastriano's lawyers assert they are not questioning the legality of the committee or its ability to issue subpoenas. Rather, they say that without a ranking Republican member, the committee cannot guarantee witnesses being deposed a fair hearing. For at least the third time in a dozen years, portable toilets are parked outside the ornate Mississippi Capitol because Jackson's water system is in crisis. The big Gotta Go trailer is just one example of the city's desperation. Many homes, businesses, and government offices have had little or no running water this week, forcing people to wait in long lines for drinking water or water to flush toilets. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne on the route. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A new federal study suggests the pandemic has taken a toll on education. Test scores of 9-year-olds fell 7 points, while the average reading score fell 5 points compared to 2020. Dr. Peggy Carr, the commissioner for the National Center for Education Statistics at the U.S. Department of Education, tells why reading scores may have held up better.
Reading is a subject that is not as influenced by what goes on in school. It's what goes on in school, also what goes on outside of school. Reading for fun, those activities that promote a culture or love of reading.
The UN levies charges against China.
The United Nations has accused China of serious human rights violations in a long-awaited report into allegations of abuse in the Xinjiang province, home of the Uyghurs. Beijing called the report a farce arranged by Western powers, but UN investigators say they found credible evidence of torture and crimes against humanity. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Serena and Venus Williams traded fist bumps or palm slaps and chatted between points. They smiled while conversing in their seats at changeovers. When their first doubles match together in 4.5 years ended with a loss at the U.S. Open on Thursday night, the siblings hugged each other, then left the court to a standing ovation. The Williams sisters were eliminated by the Czech pair of Lucy Radecka and Linda Noskova, 7-6-6-4 at Flushing Meadows. I'm Tony Marusso. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Friday, TGIF. Labor Day weekend. I don't know about your town, but in this town, it's Labor Day weekend, notorious for what they call the WEVN fireworks that caps off what they call Riverfest. 500,000 people typically converge on the Ohio River. On both the Ohio and the Kentucky side, they all line up for one of the best fireworks displays in the country Sunday night. Used to go down there when I was younger. I'd spend the whole day down there, partying it up, having a good time. In more recent years, I've been more inclined to just stay home and kind of watch the fireworks on television. You know what I mean? The crowds are so big, and a lot of folks will be heading into Cincinnati for that this weekend. Meanwhile, hey, we're going to get to horse feathers coming up here in just a moment. I'm going to grab Kyle here. Kyle's on board. Hey there, got the boss and Kyle on.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Hey, boss.
Chris, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. All right. All right. Well, Kyle said, hey, boss. I thought you might have disappeared on us.
Oh, I thought he was talking to you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we got to clarify this last time. Is he the big boss now? Or is there a bigger boss? We still haven't figured that out.
There is a bigger boss. I have to put in for vacation time now. I got to punch the clock.
Man, how cool is that about Sarah Lee? How big that's gotten so quickly. It's so cool to hear all that.
I got your email. I did actually. I mentioned that the whole Battle Scarred Motorsports the other morning, the contest that's underway. I know you want to talk about that. But before we jump into that, I wanted to get an update. Last weekend was the big Shy Diesel extravaganza. I was hoping to get an update on how things went there with the Hot Shot Secret Racers and Poolers and all that stuff.
Yeah, it was great. Well, actually, let's back up. A weekend before that was the NTPA Championships, Bowling Green, and man, was that it's my second year going there, and it's like nothing you've ever seen. They packed 60,000 people in there, which is, I believe, the size of Bengals Stadium almost.
Yep.
It's pretty impressive. So that was a heck of a weekend there, and then we went right into the next leg of our Outlaw Diesel Super Series at Shy Diesel this past weekend, and it was another awesome weekend. We did shout out to everybody that stopped by our booth. We had record sales in our booth. It was absolutely crazy. Added a bunch of new independent dealers for our products, which is just one of the great things that we can do with getting a lot of our product that line out there through our independent dealer network. So that was really good. And of course, all the racers kicked butt, and I think we had 6 class winners out of 7 classes this weekend, and we're going into the finale here at the end of the month. We'll be going down to Rockingham for the Rudy's finale of the series, and I believe we've got drivers sitting in not just first, but first, second, and third place in all classes but one. So it's just been another great year for our guys and gals out there on the racetrack.
Wow. Sounds a good weekend. So you got kind of an off weekend this weekend, and then is it the following weekend? I think the 17th is the next event you got coming up. Is that the championship weekend, or the Enderley pull off? Is that the one? I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like the All-Star kind of thing for the NTPA pullers. You have to do pretty well over the season to get the invite to Enderley, so it's kind of a season-ending All-Star type of championship.
Okay.
So yeah, that's coming up in a few weeks. But actually, I got more before then. While a lot of people are going to enjoy a Labor Day off, I'll be getting on a plane on Monday and heading down to Nashville. No races next week, but I got a couple TV shoots, so we'll be heading down to Tennessee. And I do have some bad news to pass along once again. If you remember, when I was on last with you, Steve, we had a few of our racers call in, and one of them was Johnny Gilbert from Stainless Diesel.
Mm-hmm.
He called in and we talked for a while. And if you remember, he's got the brand new 63 split window Corvette, just beautiful pro mod that they just spent the last couple of years building. And I think we told the story about how he won at UCC when he was just going out there to shake down the car, and ended up facing off with the Firepunk Hot Shots S10 in the finals, which was the last pass for the S10 and the first championship for the Corvette. So it was kind of we kind of talked about it being a passing the baton.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, this weekend Johnny had a bad wreck, and the Corvette's pretty totaled. So thankfully, Johnny walked away from it. It's awful scary for everybody, considering we just lost one of our racers at the previous race, and very similar thing happened with Johnny this past weekend, and he set a record pass. The car was doing better than ever and made it through the finish line just fine, and the chutes came out and they didn't quite catch, and it's a pretty short track. And kudos to Johnny for being just an incredible driver, and how tough it's got to be when you've got a really expensive car like that. You just put your blood, sweat, and tears in 2 years of building and all new technology. And Johnny, in those split-second decisions, decided to throw the car left and right and start banging it up, trying to slow it down because he couldn't stop it. Ended up going into there's a net at Wagler Motorsports Park at the end of the track. So he went into the net finally after kind of putting it side to side a little bit, and hit the net over 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
But thankfully, it was just an incredibly well-built race car. He's a little banged up just from the restraints, inside, but he walked right out of it and didn't even go to the hospital. It's just amazing how well it protected him. But unfortunately, we lost the car, and just really sad for those guys, but really happy that he was able to walk away.
That's good. Wow. You've had some.
Now 100 miles an hour.
What's that?
I said at 100 miles an hour, and he walked away. That is awesome.
It was well over 100. He hit the traps at I think 150, roughly 140, 150, and there was just no slowing it down when the chutes didn't catch. So by throwing it left and right, he put it into the wall. We talked about this kind of last time. It's one of the hardest things to do, but to mentally be going that fast and purposely putting your own car into the wall. But you just kind of got to do it to help slow down. And it's one of those things that we look back on now, and who knows, he may have slowed it down 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, and just going from 140 to 110 might have be what saved him, And,
wow.
But here's one of the crazy ironies to it. So we're really happy Johnny's all right. And he's such a fighter. They're already laughing it off and saying, we're going to come back, build bigger, better, and come back. So don't sleep on Johnny. He'll be back. But unfortunately, Johnny and the Corvette, if you remember when we talked last, he was going on this trip with me next week. We were going to take the Corvette on 2 television shows. We were going on Engine Power in Tennessee, and then we were going to travel on down to Florida to Brenton to go to Two Guys Garage, which, Chris goes on a lot with Willie B there. And we were going to take the Corvette on there. And unfortunately, I was forced with the last minute. I've been scrambling to, we plan these things months out, 6 months out. And I had about 6 days to get replacement vehicles and racers to make it down to Tennessee and Florida in the next 6 days here. So, but we got her done, and we got glad to have so many good guys that support us. And so I'm still taking off Monday, and I'll be flying down to Florida on Wednesday to do the other shoot. And so, yep, I'll still be on the road, just no races this week.
Well, give us the update on Battle Scarred Motorsports. That's another, Chris is into so many of these veteran charities and things of that nature. You got a $6,000 donation to bring in, 6 veterans to participate, I believe it is?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about this earlier today. We just put out the press release this past week, and with Sarah calling in, and it just kind of reminded me of all the stuff that really fortunate to support these veteran groups and charities, what they do. So Chris agreed early this year to really step up and support Battle Scarred Motorsports. You remember Brian Check, who runs it? He's been on the program and formerly called USMC Racing, of course. But we've done a couple different donations with them this year. We outfitted a vehicle with hand controls, so those veterans and first responders that have some sort of leg issues are still able to race these cars with hand controls. And we funded some cool suits, they call them, that are water-cooled suits, because these are endurance racers and these race cars get hot. So, and then a lot of the veterans and first responders that do get to participate in this often have medical conditions that they can't handle the heat. So these cool suits are expensive, but they allow these people to really be able to experience, what we call adrenaline therapy, and getting in the race car and getting in the pits and working with their fellow first responders and military, both active and veteran. But this is our latest donation that we're just announcing. And yeah, so on top of having to fund how much tires and fuel and the repairs on the cars that they have to keep Battle Scarred Motorsports going, it costs quite a bit to get one of these veterans or first responders out for the weekend and in a vehicle. They usually can pay their way and get a spot on the team, and they try to make they've added more cars so they can get more people behind the wheel. But sometimes there's a lot of people out there that might not have the funds to do something like that, and so we've made a donation to Battle Scarred Motorsports for a fund that they can use at their own discretion to award scholarships and to those that would love to come out and experience what they do, but might not have the financial backing to do so. So it costs them about an extra $1,000 per race per veteran. So we made a $5,000 donation. So that's going to be 5 more veterans at their next race that are going to be able to get out there and spend a weekend in the pits and in the race car with everybody. And one of the cool things that we're also doing with it is we're also self-funding a contest. I believe it's on, I don't know all the details, Steve. I think I sent them to you, but I think the submissions, we're looking for people to submit and nominate either a veteran or an active duty military or any first responder that they feel is deserving of such an experience. And we're going to have a contest, then give away one of these trips to one lucky veteran. And I think it's, we're talking travel, airfare, weekend, at the track, on the team, full expense paid trip. And it's going to be for the race that they have coming up in November, I believe, and down at NOLA in New Orleans. And I'm going to go down there as well and video and document the experience. So everybody can kind of see what these guys do. So really cool thing. And I recommend anybody out there that has somebody in mind, take a moment to hop on our website and nominate that person. And they might be one people that we get out there behind the wheel of a race car.
I think the nominations are open now, and then they close on, let's see, entries will close on Monday, October the 10th. Winner will be announced Thursday the 13th. And all entries, you have to be available to accept the prize, willing to race on that designated weekend. All right, consent must be granted on the form to be considered. You got to make sure that weekend's going to be open to be there. And according to the numbers you sent here, Battle Scarred Motorsports to date, 419 veterans and first responders have raced in 59 different events across the country. 396 participants have assisted as like crew members or support members. And you can learn more about that organization at battlescarred.org. Battlescarred.org. And they're also on
And
Facebook.
you know, it's very similar to the Sarah Lee story. When we started with Brian many years ago, we've been supporting them. They had one car, and so their first race they got to get 2 veterans out there. I think it was either 2 or 3 veterans, and by their second year they added 2 cars, and they got, just like Sarah, she got a bigger team, and Brian got a bigger team around him to help supporting more, so they could get 6 to 8 veterans out. And now I think, you know, we're in our 4th or 5th year with them, and I think they're up to 7 or 8 cars now in their fleet, and with full maintenance, trailers, you know, everything. So when they go out to a race, they can actually bring dozens and dozens. That's why their numbers have gotten so big as of late, and they're just able to help that many more people in need, and it's just really cool to see them grow as well.
That's cool. Yeah, Brian.
Again, it's that grassroots thing, man. That's what makes America great. And that, I just think this is the coolest thing ever.
The morning,
I agree.
Brian joined us, he was heading, I think he was leaving wherever his home 20 was there. I mean, they had a carload of kids, and he had the wife in the car, and he was chatting with us. They were heading out on vacation, I believe, somewhere when we got to chat with him that morning. That was kind of comical.
I think, yeah, I remember. Yeah, we'll have to get Brian back on here soon. Maybe when we get next month, when we get the winner for the contest, we can get Brian on and we can talk about what they've got going on. I know there's a lot of big plans for them coming up, and they continue to grow. So it's really fun to support them. And I was fortunate to go down. You know, Brian always kept telling me, "Hey, Kyle, you got to come out to one of these and actually see and experience it." And you know, I've got a busy travel schedule as it is, and so for a while there, I wasn't able to. But I think 2 years ago, it just worked out where I was able to go down to Texas to one of their races and just kind of spend the weekend, you know. And, you know, I didn't have a vendor booth. You know, we weren't a sponsor of the race. You know, I didn't have all these responsibilities I normally have. I just had a camera and really experienced it with them for the weekend. Now, I still felt like the civilian outsider that, you know, Chris kind of described. Like, I'm a normal person. These are the heroes, you know, and to watch what, you know, the same thing Sarah Lee does. I know what they're talking about. I got to experience and witness it and see people that came in that first day that's a stranger to everybody, and then to fast forward to Sunday when they're leaving, and you would think they've been lifelong best friends, and the transformation of these people coming out of their shell, it was just absolutely amazing. And it's committed us to, you know, continue to support them, and just really cool. So I'm excited that now here a few years later, I'm going to be able to go down to New Orleans down in November, and along with whoever wins this Hot Shot Secret contest, and kind of document their experience and through the weekend and everything. So I'm really excited to get back out there with those guys and see them again.
Good deal. All right. Well, Labor Day weekend is upon us, so I guess you got a couple days before you got to board that plane Monday. I mean, you're flying on Monday. Uh-oh, isn't that the big day? Everybody's trying to get back to their home destinations after partying Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
I bet, but I didn't have a choice, so duty calls. One quick update, though, for this weekend. On Sunday, if you remember, I think last time I talked to you, I was down. Oh, no, that was before when I was down in Florida 2 months ago, and Chris was on 2 months ago. I was down in Florida filming that episode with Justin Ziegler, who is the one that set the dyno record, 3,336 horsepower world record dyno with our oil. That episode is going to premiere this weekend. So I believe it's Sunday morning at 10:30 on Motor Trend. You can catch that episode. It's a special edition of Truck U with a whole segment of Justin Ziegler with his truck on there, talking about the engine and the horsepower record that we were able to knock off one more world record under our belt. So I hope everybody can tune in this Sunday, and when they're maybe recovering from Saturday and check it out Sunday morning.
And after all that, they didn't even blow the engine up, right? So they got the engine. They going to rebuild that after that, or what do they do?
It's just fine. Yeah, they just cleaned it up. They did a really cool video with the teardown of it, and amazingly, everything looks great inside. To everybody's stunning amazement. But he rolls on again. He actually made it to the finals of the race this past weekend. It's already back out on the track running again.
How about that? A testament to the Hot Shot secret lubricants inside that vehicle.
That's right. Well, I know you're up to a news break. I just wanted to call in. Usually I called in earlier, but I heard Sarah Lee on. I said, I think I'll wait for her. Ladies first. But you guys have a good night out there, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Kyle Fisher with Hot Shot Secret. There you go. All right, yeah, getting close to news update here. Let's see. Horse Feathers, you've been there for a while. If you can hang on through the break. I apologize. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been your go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector's car, generator, anything that's going to be sitting around for a while with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system at the same time. If you're going to be storing a vehicle or your boat as the season begins to wind down, store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, our number, 844-3388. So we did indeed set a record that hasn't been set in over 25 years. That is no named tropical systems in the month of August. But September 1 rolls around. We just barely made it. Thursday, we have officially ended the months-long stretch of inactivity. We have Tropical Storm Danielle, the first named tropical system in almost 2 months, that formed Thursday morning. Now, this is in the north-central portion of the Atlantic. Tropical Storm Colin, which was all the way back on July the 3rd, was the most recent storm. As of Thursday afternoon, this thing's way out there, and it's not something to be concerned with here in the USA coastal areas. They do anticipate it's going to continue to strengthen, becoming the first hurricane of the 2022 season. But it's just going to kind of meander over the open Atlantic for the next several days while it strengthens to a more robust storm. But eventually it's going to turn to the northeast. So it's going to head away from the USA. But meanwhile, peak of hurricane season is just a matter of days away, September the 10th. And there is one other system they're watching for development, 40% chance of development over the next couple of days. That's the one further off toward the coast of Africa. And then 2 more pretty robust waves soon to be coming off the coast of Africa. All right, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marussa reporting. President Joe Biden made his Soul of the Nation speech from Philadelphia's Independence Hall Thursday night. The president called on Americans to join him in rejecting Make America Great Again, MAGA Republicans.
I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology.
Former President Donald Trump said Thursday he will very, very seriously consider full pardons for the rioters who breached the U.S. Capitol on January 6th if he runs for re-election and wins. I will tell you, I will look very, very favorably about full pardons. If I decide to run and if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons, full pardons, Trump said on the Wendy Bell radio show Thursday, adding, we'll be looking very seriously at full pardons because we can't let that happen. I'm Tony Marussa for USA Radio News.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You're not required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-950-0099. 800-950-0099. That's 800-950-0099.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back on a Friday. What do we got here? Plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. I got an email from Rick. He said, here's a slogan for Sarah's organization. Most people go fishing their whole lives, never realizing they really don't care if the fish are biting or not. That's pretty true. Let's
Yes,
see.
it is.
Hello to Frank and Casey. My lovely bride and I are headed to California for the Schoolie Rendezvous. We're listening to your show. Have a great show and a great day. All right, safe travels as you head to California. Billy the Kid checking in a bit earlier. Hey, Steve, hope all's well with you and everyone in Radio Land. Got some good news yesterday. If everything continues to go good, no complications arise, I'll be losing the cast in about 3 weeks, keeping our fingers crossed. Then the rehabilitation begins. Big shout out to my personal hero and meal ticket right now, Big Moose. Hillbilly Tex, the Can Man, and the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Just took my night's meds, so what I don't catch live, I'll be catching on the replay later in the day. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, update on Billy the Kid. Billy the Kid, he was making a delivery, flatbedder, and he was unloading. I think he had a load of big, like, cast iron pipes, big diameter. But one of those pipes shifted or something and came down on his leg and literally crushed his leg, the lower leg. So he's been in a cast for, 3-4 weeks already now. And so he's still 3 more weeks in the cast, but they say he should pretty much fully recover. Just in case you hadn't heard, Chris, I wanted to update you on Billy the Kid. Meanwhile, Big Moose, who had retired, right, stepped in and has been running the truck for Billy the Kid ever since the injury occurred. I think he's been out there like 3 weeks now, so Moose is probably out there. Maybe he'll check in here in a bit. Meanwhile, let me get to Horse Feathers. I know you've been hanging in there. He was stopping to take a smoke break on the propane loading rack, and did you survive?
So far,
Okay.
I tell you what, don't ever use anything but a Zippo lighter, though, because you don't want the flame to blow out. But anyways, hey, traffic-wise here this weekend in Baltimore, they got the state fair going on, and I don't know why they did it. I guess they decided there wasn't enough people through the week, but they decided to do it on weekends, so they actually set it up on 3 weekends. And I'm not sure if Labor Day weekend is going to be their last weekend. It normally was, but anyways, you got that going on all weekend through Labor Day. And then they came up with one of these bicycle races there, like the Tour de France thing there, and they're going to have a bicycle race up here in northern Baltimore County and back into Baltimore City. So sometime on Sunday the 4th, there's going to be a whole bunch of road closures. I don't believe it's going to involve the interstates, but anybody, if you're off on any of the side roads or whatever, or the amount of extra traffic that might be around because of it, or could be out on the interstates because they're actually going to cross 83 in a couple places and 695. They're going to go across. So I don't know if people will try to spectate and be up on the bridges and stuff like that. So just kind of be warned if you're in the Baltimore area on Sunday. Of course, probably most of the truck traffic should hopefully be home for that.
Correct.
But anyway, so just to throw it out there. Chris, I don't know if I should say anything or not. These new people that you have partnered with there, I don't think I want to tell them about you giving away more money. I don't know if I dare talk to you.
That's all right.
You've already talked about the battle scar and the waypoints, and I don't know if I dare mention Make-A-Wish now with all the money you give away.
It's all right. I didn't really mean to hijack Steve's show and go down this road. It was really just like an afterthought. I was thinking, I'll be on the radio tonight, so I texted Sarah earlier and said, why don't you call in and check in, and then just kind of rolled down this road. It's like, it wasn't intentional, it just happened.
Well, there you go. So anyways, like everybody else, I can't say enough of what you do to help. I mean, it's improved what I was able to do this year. Kyle worked with me hard this year, and we've got the Hot Shot Secret team set up.
And behind the Mannheim Auto Auction, I mean, the Hot Shot Secret team did wonderful and, financial raising for Make-A-Wish there. So as I say, the Mannheim Auto Auction, it actually is the location, and they actually came up with a vehicle to auction off again this year, and they did wonderful in raising funds with that. So there wasn't much way to compete with that, but the the Hot Shot team was the highest fundraiser after the Mannheim Auto Auction. So thanks to everybody that was part of that, and I know there's a lot of you back out there in Ohio that had a lot to do with it, and as I say, Kyle did a lot, to get the team set up and everything. So thank you for that, and of course it's kind of pushes me on here. So I did better this past year than I did the year before, and I've already been working into going into next year here. So we're going to see what we can do to try to make it bigger and better again.
All right. So again, I had no intention of doing this tonight, but this is just another example of how America is great. All three of these things are just grassroots things that people seen a need, they got involved, and they made things happen. I just think it's the coolest thing ever. I mean, what you're doing is awesome to me. It's like you're putting your money where your mouth is. I mean, you're at least, your time, your effort, your passion, you're putting it in there and you're making a difference. And I don't know, man, I just think that's cool.
Yeah. So anyways, back in the spring when you were on, I called you from Florence, Alabama one night because I was down there to look at a fire truck. Called you from the hotel room when I was down there. And that truck is still available. If somebody wants it, it's still available down there. I wasn't able to get it and be able to give it the love it needs. It needs a lot more love than I can give it. As a 50-year-old truck out of Niagara Falls, New York, you can just imagine what 30, 40 years of salt did underneath it. So, but anyways, I've kind of come up with another one to try to work on buying, and hopefully by the end of this month, I'll have acquired that piece of equipment, and that'll be the premier truck to take up to the Make-A-Wish in next year, but anyways, with Make-A-Wish, I let Kyle know, and I guess he probably already did know, but they have the I don't want to call it awards, but it's the announcements of the placement for what everybody raised with funds. So the top 30 drivers will all be named in their place of what they raised for funds, and it gets done at one of the minor league ball games at the Lancaster there, the Lancaster Barnstormers, and they get a box and everything, but we get to be there pre-game, and at the beginning of the game, they do the announcement out on the field. They run all the drivers out, and announce who they are and what they did, and then there's the first pitch and everything, and we get to stay there for the game. And they with all the sponsors that were there participated in that, they have 2 seats for all the sponsors too. So Kyle said you guys are all kind of busy out there and might not be able to make it on the 17th of this month for the game, but I didn't know if you had anybody else out here maybe in the Lancaster area that would be interested in coming down and being a proxy for you and being able to come sit in and enjoy the festivities and the game and everything. So if you can keep that write that on your legal notepad there on one of the pages. I don't know which page you're up to, if you're up to 5 or 6 or where you're at there, but
one. I only keep one at a time, so I keep narrowing it down. I just wrote it down: Lancaster, PA, September 17th. Is that correct?
Yep. And you got two
right.
seats for the ball game. So if you can if you can get back to me or have Kyle get back to Lori with Make-A-Wish, and that'll all be good. But anyways, so there's 2 things coming up. I just got an email here that the American Truck Historical Society has opened their registration for their show next year, the 2023 convention and show, which is going to be held in Reno, Nevada. So if you want to go to a show in Reno, Nevada, the old truck shows, the old truck type show will be out there, and there's actually an organization, I can't remember how they say it, and they got about 7 letters in their name that they abbreviate with, but there's a kind of a preservation for old fire equipment too, and I think both of those would be a great place for you to really get your product into and have people be able to use their product, because Steve's talking about, the people with the campers and the car shows, the antique cars and that, getting ready to put them away for winter. Well, the same thing happens with all our old equipment too. I mean, it goes off the road before the salt starts getting spread and doesn't come out until a couple, 3 weeks after the last time it was spread. So, some people's winter season's longer than others, but all the stuff goes into mothballs there for at least a couple, 3 months in the wintertime. So I think you guys would have, be really good on that, and I'll see if I can forward you an email there of, at least the fire one, and I'm sure you already know something about the ATHS there. So
American Truck Historical
Truck
Society, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so that was Reno. What was the date on that?
I believe they do it in either May or June. I think I could be June, but as I say, yesterday, I just saw I didn't even open it up. I just saw in the subject that the registration was open for the 2023 convention.
All right, I'll check it out, because that could be a good thing for us to do with Staybill. We could do a joint thing and the France filters. So that could be an all-around good deal for us.
Yep, and as I say, even the one that does the antique fire stuff, because I mean they have stuff that they work with all the fire museums throughout the country, and of course there's stuff there that dates back well into the 1800s. The hand drawn stuff and the hand pumps and everything else, and hey, all that. If you little FR3 and that might make that hand pumper work a little easier and pump a little faster, but. But anyways, so
I think we're on the way to it.
So I guess that's
great.
about what we got going for you. And again, thank you for all you do, and letting us meet Sarah and the Battle Scar veterans doing that. I mean, and I was glad that I was able to be at the truck show this year and actually be able to meet Sarah when she came up. That was pretty amazing. She's quite an amazing woman with what she does. So anyways.
Yes, he is.
But with that, we'll let you go and look forward to talking to you next month and all the good things you bring along. And we always look forward to seeing what else you're going to bring along, because it always seems like there's something new and improved and coming along. So thank you much, Chris.
Thank you, Horse Feathers. All right.
Thank you.
Pulled the dates, June 8th, 9th, and 10th, 2023. That's, I guess they just opened registration yesterday. The 2023 National Convention and Truck Show in Reno, Nevada. That's the American Truck Historical Society National Convention and Truck Show. So, Grand Sierra Resort in Reno. All right, had a couple of other friends.
Steve, can I?
Yep, you got.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. See, that's the hard part for those listening. It's a digital connection, so we get a little bit of delay. So it's hard for me and Steve to stay in sync. But go ahead and pitch what you're saying, then I'll jump on what I was going to talk about, new products.
Okay, I was just going to, some of the listening friends that were checking in, 007's on board in Walcott, Iowa tonight at the Iowa 80 Truck, world's largest truck stop. Let's see, Dean checks in this morning. He said, Sarah is awesome. Matthew said, when Chris and Sarah talked a little about veterans, the 22 a day thing, that's the veterans that commit suicide, kind of opened an old wound for me. I'll never forget getting that phone call just days after Thanksgiving in 2020, hearing the news about one of my Army buddies who had just got out of the Army. And it's kind of what Sarah explains. I guess they spend all this time in, and when they get, I guess, released or out or whatever, when their time's up, they just can't seem to get back to the reality of life outside the military. 22 a day that take their own lives. And that's what Sarah's trying to help. Good morning to Dipsy Driver. Hello, Steve, Chris, and the most informed audience anywhere. especially after listening to Chris tonight. We've got 65 degrees, partly cloudy here in mid-Michigan, as we're headed up to 85 degrees today. Yeah, going to be a warm weekend here for the Labor Day weekend. He also said, thank you so much, Sarah, for what you do for our brave veterans. Tim the pilot. Yes, we have an airline pilot friend that listens into the program, Chris. This is the true heart of America, what it sounds like. God bless Chris and Sarah. Absolutely amazing touche. And thank God for platforms like Steve Summers. Get her done, truck drivers, and I'll keep doing what I do in the air. Tim the pilot. He actually, I think he's going to be flying down a load to Australia. 200,000 pounds of stuff that the Aussies need was the message he shared the other night. All right, what'd you have for us, Chris?
Well, I was just going to let you know, we've got Big Moose and his moose juice that we've been talking about for, it's been about a year.
Months, yeah.
So they were able to get it done. We have 2 versions of it. And so we're calling it hub oil right now. But for those of you that don't remember, or that weren't listening at the time, we gave some experimental product to Big Moose. He had I think it was a fan in his shop. And he was telling me about the problem. I mean, it might have been a year, 2 years ago. So we took something out of the R&D lab that I knew was there, and we sent it to him. Well, it worked perfectly, and he loved it. We put it in his hubs on his trailer, and he had, I believe it was a 30-degree reduction in temperature or something along those lines. Maybe he can call in and give the deal.
Mm-hmm.
So time went on. He's like, man, we got to make this into a product. This is great. This is great. Well, we had supply chain issues, some of the raw ingredients we were having trouble getting. In the meantime, we kept making samples and sending it out to them just to, feed the need. Well, they've been working on it. So today, Kevin Adams, our chemical engineer, came in and said that they've got it done. He knew I was going to be on the show tonight, so they want to have it ready. And they're giving away 50 samples of hub oil additive. Now, the ideal so what we do, for those, again, I always got to back up because I know there's new listeners all the time. So when we test things, we do it in a lab with lots of testing equipment. We have $1 million lab, and we test everything upside down and backwards. But then we put it out in the real world to see what does it do? How does it really work in a truck driver's hands? And then we try to get a pretty good spectrum of people so that we can match up your data with our data. So, something could look really good on paper, but maybe not so good in real world. So what we'll do is we'll put out a kind of like a placebo effect, or sometimes we'll use 2 different formulas. In this case, we have 2 different formulas. There's an A product and a B product, and we're looking for 50 people to test out our hub oil additive. This will go in on top of your hub oil. You should see a reduction in temperature because it will be a reduction in friction. He says the ideal candidate would haul heavy and monitor your temperatures. So we have a before and after. What we need is something fairly steady where you could say it's always running at 130 degrees, and we put this in and went to 120 or 125, or it's always running 160 and it's down to 130. So we need people that can actually do that. Keep track of your temperatures on your hubs. And we've got the samples are available at sample@hotshotsecret.com, or you can text your info to us at 614-547-3382. And I'll give those numbers out in a couple minutes. So as Steve remembers, Big Moose has been on it like every time I've been on. He's like, when are you going to get this done? When are you going to get this done? And, it's just been one difficulty after another. I think one of the main ingredients came from Germany, and they quit making it. So then we had to go back and find somebody else that would make it. And for those of you that don't know the whole story behind Hot Shot Secret and Lubrication Specialties, we make really like the best of the best products. That's always been our goal. We use we call them exotic raw ingredients. So we find things from all over the world. I mean, literally all over the world. I mean, Germany, Japan, Korea, South Korea, of course. And then we test them. We come up with ways for them to work well together in synergies. And then we make really great products that either solve a problem or they're so much higher in performance than anything else out there that we could put our name on it. So some of our racing oils, some of our gear oils and things like that, they are truly, truly unique. I mean, you couldn't buy them anywhere in the world if you wanted to. Same way with the Stiction Eliminator, which was our first product. You couldn't buy that anywhere in the world if you wanted to. You couldn't make it if you wanted to. Some of those molecules in that product are made only for us. We're the only company that buys them in the whole world. The FR3 is made with 3 patented products. Again, all 3 of those are not available to anybody else but us. You couldn't, I mean, if I gave you $1 million and said, go make it, you couldn't do it. It's that unique. The things that we do are that unique.
And they cut off like flipping a light switch. I think, either he lost his cell or the phones did a glitch thing. All right, we're rolling toward news break anyway. We'll see if we can get Chris back on board here. It is 844-844-3388 because I didn't touch a thing. All right. We'll go ahead and take care of that. News break, top of the hour, and come back with more here on a Friday morning. What's on your mind? Plenty of room for you. Jump on in for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. President Joe Biden made his Soul of the Nation speech from Philadelphia's Independence Hall Thursday night. The president called on Americans to join him in rejecting Make America Great Again, MAGA Republicans.
I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology.
Former President Donald Trump said Thursday he will very, very seriously consider full pardons for the rioters who breached the U.S. Capitol on January 6th if he runs for re-election and wins. I will tell you, I will look very, very favorably about full pardons. If I decide to run and if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons, full pardons, Trump said on the Wendy Bell radio show Thursday, adding, we'll be looking very seriously at full pardons because we can't let that happen. I'm Tony Marusa for USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Republican Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano is suing the House Special Committee investigating the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol. Mastriano, a state senator, filed a complaint in federal court Thursday challenging the legality of the panel's ability to compel witnesses to sit for depositions. Central to this issue is the fact that this committee lacks a ranking minority member or any members designated by the minority party, the suit reads. Mastriano's lawyers assert they are not questioning the legality of the committee or its ability to issue subpoenas. Rather, they say that without a ranking Republican member, the committee cannot guarantee witnesses being deposed a fair hearing. For at least the 3rd time in a dozen years, portable toilets are parked outside the ornate Mississippi Capitol because Jackson's water system is in crisis. The big Gotta Go trailer is just one example of the city's desperation. Many homes, businesses, and government offices have had little or no running water this week, forcing people to wait in long lines for drinking water or water to flush toilets. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A new federal study suggests the pandemic has taken a toll on education. Test scores of 9-year-olds fell 7 points, while the average reading score fell 5 points compared to 2020. Dr. Peggy Carr, the Commissioner for the National Center for Education Statistics at the U.S. Department of Education, tells why reading scores may have held up better.
Reading is a subject that is not as influenced by what goes on in school. It's what goes on in school, also what goes on outside of school. Reading for fun, those activities that promote a culture or love of reading.
The UN levies charges against China.
The United Nations has accused China of serious human rights violations in a long-awaited report into allegations of abuse in the Xinjiang province, home of the Uyghurs. Beijing called the report a farce arranged by Western powers, but UN investigators say they found credible evidence of torture and crimes against humanity. From the West Coast, USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Serena and Venus Williams traded fist bumps or palm slaps and chatted between points. They smiled while conversing in their seats at changeovers. When their first doubles match together in 4.5 years ended with a loss at the U.S. Open on Thursday night, the siblings hugged each other, then left the court to a standing ovation. The Williams sisters were eliminated by the Czech pair of Lucy Radecka and Linda Noskova, 7-6, 6-4 at Flushing Meadows. I'm Tony Marusso. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yeah, so we officially cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. 12:05 Pacific Time. Second day of September, 3:05 in the Eastern Time Zone. Good to have you on board at all points in between here. All right, back with Chris Gabrelchik. Kind of like flipping a light switch. Right there, got interrupted talking about the fine chemicals that you bring in from all around the planet to make the best of the best products there. You want to pick up right there?
Sure, I'm sorry. I could hear you, and the machine was saying that when the host is ready, he'll cue you in. But I waited for a little while, then I just hung up and redialed, so it's fine. So anyway, what I was explaining is that once we test and we come up with formulas, we send them out for everybody to test and to give feedback, because we want to make sure that we, do lab testing and real world testing. And, we've got this hub oil additive that we've created, the same stuff that we were given over to Big Moose that he would call in and ask about. So we're looking for 50 testers, free samples. We're going to get them out. We just want like before and after reports from you so that we can, verify the data, make sure that we're on the right track, that it's, might need tweaked or something. So the email address would be sample@hotshotsecret.com. That's pretty easy. And let them know you're looking for a sample hub oil. The text number, if you just want to do it through your phone, is 614-547-3382. And what that would look like is we'll just send you a quick form, what kind of truck is it, how much do you haul, give us a before temperature, then afterwards, what was the ambient temperature, was it, we want to keep everything the same. We want as good a test as we can get. We obviously don't want to do one when it's 80 degrees and the other one when it's -10. So we want to try to see what it looks like. Most of the time these come out really, it's a really good way to do testing. Sometimes we'll test fuel additives and we'll do it on 100 or 300 cars. We'll give out samples, and one time I think we did 1,000. When we did the gasoline extreme, we actually sent out like 4 different formulas. Some of them were competitors' products and some of them were just placebos. And we wanted to see what kind of feedback we got from it. Then we were able to figure out which formulas were doing better than others and how to tweak it. So it's really a good way to figure things out, kind of like the drug companies do. We just do it for vehicles. So anyway.
All right, so the email sample@hotshotsecret.com, and the text message number one more time.
614-547-3382.
3382. All right.
Yeah.
Get on board. Test that moose juice. CB, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, Steve? Hey, Chris.
Hey, morning.
Morning. Hey, real quick, I sent some oil samples of my 2019 Terrain and my 2021 Silverado. And now how will I get that notification back on when they got sent out last week sometime? As far as how they, go ahead.
Well, they email it and then they snail mail it also. But if it was last week, you should have already gotten the results from it.
Okay, well, I haven't been home, so I haven't checked any emails or anything if it's there. And if it's through the mail, my wife's probably just got it on the kitchen table. Another question, I got the RV fuel stabilizer. I have not put it in yet. She said we got it. So, but now, not to try to make a determination on both products, but now how much different is that than the stay bill? I mean, I got both products, but I just got it because I figured I'd put it in that 2021 Chevrolet because we don't use it a lot, You're
talking about like our gasoline extreme?
Yes, yes, the RV. You last month you told me to get the RV stuff. That'd be a good stuff to put in it,
So what we did was we put together a complete package that we were trying to make the best of the best in terms of addressing every part of the fuel system that we could. So ours are a little bit more complete, where they're leaning more on the stabilizer, trying to stabilize fuel for a specific price point. So the RV additive would probably have a lot more in it. In other words, we were going for a higher end market. We're going for, like, if I have an RV, what is everything I'd want to put into that fuel? So I didn't want to leave any stone unturned, in other words.
Okay. And then one more question. Have you guys came up with the oil for that 2021 Chevrolet? It's like a 020?
Not yet. We have the formula for it. The problem has been the supply chain.
Okay.
we're still fighting that. I don't know. We don't talk about them much anymore, but there's some things we just literally cannot buy anymore. I mean, we've got to take them off the market, and hopefully it'll come back. But we're in September now. It's a year.
I swear by the product. And I use it. And I support and listen every night. And I've bought the shirts and the soda mugs and everything else. So I enjoy what you bring to us.
That's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support there.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night.
CB, have a great weekend. Enjoy your Labor Day. Be safe. And we'll look forward to hearing from you again maybe next week. All right. Supply chain stuff. Yeah, we were talking about some of that this week. For truck parts, drivers that if they break down, we had the one guy that, Buckeye Boy, who's been looking for belts. He said, I've been to 3 Kenworth dealers and 1 Peterbilt dealer. Nobody has the darn things in stock. And somebody said, they're on, on a national backlog thing. And for dealers, they can only get one of the darn things at a time when they do get them. So if you're not there at the right place at the right time, he was able to find one. He got the part number, I guess. I think he said he found one at a Napa or something. So, yeah, parts. You can't get parts to fix your truck.
It doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. A lot of stuff is made right here. Why in the world do we have a shortage? Steel drums. Talking to a vendor, I told one of the shows I said this, but he's talking about how they can't get 55-gallon drums. Like, why are you having a problem with 55-gallon drums? They're made in Ohio. I mean, it's steel. You're binding it together on top and the bottom, and you're putting a bung in it. Why would there be a shortage in that?
Yep.
I don't know. We just can't get them. I'm thinking something's wrong here, man. I get riled up about that. It just drives me crazy.
Well, there's the big moose on the loose, rolling down the highway at a high rate of speed, I believe.
Got my attention when he said the new shipment of Slickum was in stock. You got my address. I hope you dropped me a jug in the mail there.
You got it, man. Slickum on the way.
Yeah, and I tell you what, call me after the program. I got 2 fleet owners. That one got about 150 truck fleet, and the other guy's got about 30 trucks, and they have been dying to test that stuff. So I'll hook you up with it.
All right, perfect.
Yeah. So, no, that's well, yeah, I've been kind of anxious to get my hands on some more of that stuff because I used every drop of it that you sent me, and I even swiped the gallon that you sent Billy the kid.
So what was the deal, Chris? The marketing department didn't like the name Moose Juice or Slickum. They decided to call it Hub Oil.
Well, the Moose Juice was something totally different. Slickum is what I've always called that stuff. Moose Juice was a joke, actually.
Yeah, and I think Chris lost his connection again. His phone sounded like it was kind of crackling there, so he'll be dialing back up, I guess.
Well, yeah, there's one for Verizon.
Yeah. He's dialing back in as we speak. It'll take the computer a second to get him on board, I think. So.
Yeah, that'd be all right.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you too. Did you get that email I sent you about the water situation down there in Jackson?
Don't know if I got that one or not.
Yeah, they've been having down there. Having trouble getting the water back up and running and everything. I sent you a pretty interesting article on that. I hauled a lot of them chemicals for water treatment plants for a lot of years. That's what I did, and there's some. I think you'll enjoy that article.
Okay. Yeah, I mean they don't have water. They can't even take a shower. There's no water pressure.
Right.
They can't drink it. Can't take a shower. Can't fight a damn fire if the house is on fire.
Yeah. Well, it works with that. The whole problem that they're having down there works with osmotic pressure, and when the water level gets high, flood situations, at a certain point, it's the high water starts sucking the water out of the system. As basically what happens, it works like a siphon, and remember all of that fresh water comes from one source, and that source has got an intake, and when you get a certain amount of water, you get like a sumping that happens, and it creates a suction, and it literally turns the whole system into a big siphon. But that article is a lot more detailed on the problem than what I can explain to you here. But if you get a chance, take a look at it. I know you got other things to do tonight, but it'll keep till Tuesday.
Okay, that'll work. All right, Chris, you back with us, brother?
I am, and we're having all kinds of problems tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of disappeared. Your phone was kind of crackling or breaking in and out a little bit. I don't know if it's just disconnecting on you or what. But
Oh no, I'm using a landline at the office.
Are you in the Buckeye or are you down in FLA, USA?
I'm in the Buckeye. I'm at LSI headquarters in Mount Gilead.
I hear you. Yeah. I was just gonna say, I could definitely use a gallon of that Slickum if you've got it back in stock, man. Send it to me. They got my card on file and everything over there. So just send it on. And I was gonna tell you too, between me and the boys, we passed out over 200 of your stickers, and we give away all of your everyday diesel samples, and handed out all of those Steve Summers radio cards and all of the Hot Shot Secret stickers and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive stickers. And I had a pretty good team helping me out there. So we've been putting the word out on this end.
Very cool. Thank you.
And I kind of got myself in a pickle. I kind of stuck my foot in my mouth with the tractor guys, because they were having a little hydraulic issue. 60 and 70-year-old antiquated equipment to start with. I told them, I said, you put some of that shift restore in there, and that'll solve the problem. Well, I called, couldn't get none quick enough, so I run around to every store I could find. I bought up every bottle of it I could find. I went out there and I dumped that stuff in about 40 of them old antique farm tractors out there at the big show, and it done a world of good, man. By the second day, everybody was bragging on that stuff. So you got some lifelong customers coming, I promise you. And I told them to use the overnight drive code to save 10% and all that good stuff. But
good.
There was a lot of them really impressed with that stuff.
Very good. Thank you, man. You're marketing. We got to put you on staff.
I was going to say, man, between, inventing your hub oil and all of this marketing I'm doing, I'm surprised y'all ain't sending me a check, which I'm not getting, by the way. Much to go against the grain of the rumor mill. I am not a compensated spokesperson for the company. I'm just trying to help a guy out.
Wow. That makes it more credible. That makes it even better.
Go. That's right. But like I said, if you got that stuff ready to ship, call me when you get done with Steve there tonight, and I'll pass a couple of phone numbers on to you. And like I said, pretty good sized fleet that's willing to do some testing for you. There's another small fleet over here in western Ohio that be willing to do some testing for you, and we'll get that stuff legitimized, buddy, because I'm telling you, it made a believer out of me right off the bat. And like I said, I'm probably a dummy for doing it, but I poured that stuff in a brand new trailer, and I didn't even know if it'd work or not. And I never asked if it would work or not. I just dumped it in there, and it did work. So
that's how we roll, man.
That's right. Go big or go home, right?
That's right.
But,
You got it.
Hey, I'd love to take up 2 minutes. Hey, Steve, you need to take a 2-minute break here or something. I don't want to crowd your clock, but there's one more thing I want to say.
Go ahead, take care of it.
Everybody's talking about this, all these charities and everything, and I've done a lot of work with charities over the years and stuff too. And I tell you, I was really fortunate in my younger days. There was a fella named Ralph Stoley. He had several large manufacturing plants up there in Sydney, Ohio. And he made everything from stamped steel products to refrigerators. As a matter of fact, Norcold refrigerators were in about every camping trailer ever built. And old Ralph was responsible for every one of them. But I was sitting there talking to him one night, and this was probably a year or two before he passed away. And he was really advanced in his age, and he was pretty much making his victory lap, and we were sitting there having a cup of coffee and was talking, and he was telling me about a charity that he give a great deal of money to, and I'm talking, high six figures, on a pretty regular basis, and he always put the stipulation on the donation that it was had to be 100% anonymous, And I asked him, I said, Ralph, I said, why would a guy who has done so much want to remain anonymous when you're doing such a good thing, And he told me, he said, I don't want credit. He said, I want the people who are reaping the benefits of this charity to thank God, not me. And that kind of hit me pretty close to home, because the way he explained it, and I'll never forget it. And this has been, 30 years ago. But he said to me, charity cannot be a completely selfless act unless it's executed with absolute anonymity. And I respected the man, still do, and I always thought, how could somebody who does so much good, want to take so little credit? But it all come full circle, He was at peace with his life and with himself, and his conscience was clear. And I know he's in a better place now, but he certainly done a lot of good to this world, and made a big impression on me, especially when it comes to things like humility and humbling yourself, because, like it or not, we're all just climbing a ladder that leads to a hole in the ground, and you're never going to see an ambulance, or you're never going to see a hearse parked in an ATM. And it's not what you take, it's what you leave behind. And that's what I've always tried to do. But anyway, I'll say keep a twitch of spotted and a solid sunny side up and all that jazz. I got my 10 in the wind, doing it to it like Pruitt used to do it. And I'll see you all on the flip side. Come on.
Safe travels this morning. Thank you very much, Moose. There you go. All right, we'll take care of that quick 2-minute timeout. And lines available. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here, and I believe it is the Shawnee Big Boy. If the computer will pick him up.
Hello?
Hello, Big
There you
Boy.
are.
What's going on?
What's going on? How much? Steve, I know I've been running solar during the daytime, and it's funny because sometimes I'll be listening to you and I want to call in. I can't forget that.
Yeah,
You're in bed. But anyway, I'm working nights right now, and I got a question for Chris. This weekend, I got a 2007 Dodge pickup truck with a 5.7. I'm having the transmission service, and I'm gonna get that. I got that shift
Restore.
We call it shift. Yeah, the shift. Well, I can't think of what to call it. Shift restore. Yeah. And my mechanic's gonna put that in with the transmission fluid. But I got a question on that FR3 and that Stinson eliminator. Do you use one or the other, or do you both of them for the engine oil?
You want to use one or the other. There's the FR3 is already built into the stiction eliminator. The basic difference is the stiction eliminator.
Uh-oh.
I think he did it. I don't know if he can hear us still or not. Let's see if I can get him back here. He's got something. I don't think it's on this end, but yeah. See, are you still there, Chris? Nope, he's not. He's not there. Well, the difference is, I know the stiction eliminator is going to be the clean out. If you've got how many miles you got on the thing?
Oh, it's like I say, it's almost 15 years old, but I've only got 125,000 or 135,000.
Oh, so it's not like a new vehicle. Yeah, you've stiction eliminator. You run that with the first oil change, and that's going to clean everything out. And then once you've run that through a cycle, then you just go to the FR3, which again, the FR3 is already in the stiction eliminator to begin with.
So the first time use the stiction eliminator, and the next time use the FR3.
Right.
Yep. Well, I was going to ask him one more thing.
I think he's back online. Hello, take three.
Sorry, dude. I don't know what's going on, man. The internet gods are against us tonight.
Well, I got one more question. What about the rear end differential? Is there anything I can put in that?
Yes, you could put the FR3 in there. Just you're not gonna need much. Probably just like a shot glass. But we're coming out with a new hub oil. That was the additive we were talking about earlier. that would be something that we would use in there. But for right now, you would just put some FR3 in there, a little bit.
How much would I put in there for that?
4 ounces.
4 ounces?
That's all. It's just going to take like 4 ounces, just a very small amount. It's amazing how much difference it makes. But there's, it's the esters and the nanocarbons go in there and they kind of coat everything and make the gears come together better and have less wear. It's crazy how good it works, but yeah, it'll do the job.
All right, because I had the transmission, the rear end replaced, and I had it rebuilt, and it didn't. I'm only driving on the weekend because I'm truck driver during the week, so that's why truck's got 15 years on it. It's only got 135,000, but the rear end went out. They rebuilt it, and since I don't drive it that much, it sit more or less. The warranty ran out on it, and so they had to put a used rear end, and instead of rebuilding, they put a new one. I was kind of want to put that something in it to maybe help it out a little bit. Okay, I'll put that FR3 in there, about 4 ounces. All right, I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night and good morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you, big boy, Shawnee, big boy. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your Labor Day if you're going to actually get some time off the road there. So what kind of line are you on, Chris? Is it like a corded line or like a cell?
Yeah, I'm on the same one I'm sitting at my desk in my office. I'm on the corded line. It shouldn't have any problems, but
yeah, I wonder if there's maybe like a short in the cord or whatever that goes to the headpiece or because that it's just kind of cutting out every once in a while. You know what I mean?
So there's no headpiece. I'm just talking on the speakerphone right now, but let me try. Does that sound any better?
It's not glitching like it was. Maybe it's a speakerphone. Maybe that's the problem.
Well, yeah. A couple times ago, I was on the headset, and you told me that it sounded better when it was on the speakerphone, so I switched it back and left it there. So,
you've actually sounded crystal clear all morning long, though. It sounds a little bit different there, but well, what the heck? If you lose signal, just dial us back up, right?
That's what I keep doing.
Yeah, okay. Well, it is 844-3388. We're at the bottom of the hour news break, and we've got clear lines. So jump on in with Chris Gabrelchik this Friday morning as we get set for Labor Day weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. President Joe Biden delivered a sober assessment of American democracy during a rare primetime address in Philadelphia on Thursday, warning that Donald Trump and his closest political allies are threatening to take the country backward. As I stand here tonight, equality and democracy are under assault, Biden said in front of Independence Hall. After tearing into Republicans for what he calls MAGA extremism and semi-fascism, administration officials say Biden determined the time was right to provide a more serious, sober reckoning on what he regards as growing anti-democratic forces building across the country. Meanwhile, Republican House Leader Kevin McCarthy in Scranton earlier Thursday offered a pre-rebuttal to President Biden's Soul of the Nation address.
He has launched an assault on our democracy. His policies have severely wounded America's soul.
This is USA Radio News.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. Audio effects do not simulate actual hearing aid experience. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With hearing aids from Lively, everything is done remotely in the comfort of your home, from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. With Lively, you get premium Bluetooth-enabled hearing aids at thousands less than you'd might expect. Advanced hearing aid technology is now affordable and convenient. Your hearing aids are sent right to your door. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week for 3 years. No charge. Oh, you people at Lively are wonderful. With Lively hearing aids, you get free shipping, 3 years of follow-up care included free, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage. You can't lose. I hear better than I ever thought possible. And now through Labor Day, get $300 off all rechargeable hearing aid models. Just go to listenlively.com. That's listenlively.com. listenlively.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back on a Friday. TGIF. Labor Day weekend coming on. Yeah, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Don't forget, if you missed it, first hour, I mentioned the Labor Day sale is underway at hotshotsecret.com. Keep your hard-earned money in your pocket with your gas-saving bundle. This is a deal, just $20. Savings of over 30% off this special. It's perfect to improve fuel economy while maintaining and protecting most passenger cars and small trucks. the gas-saving bundle. That'll get you a 16-ounce gasoline extreme and an 8-ounce bottle of the FR3, which we've been talking about, the friction reducer. The perfect bundle for your engine oil and complete fuel system cleaner. Chris had a gentleman the other morning, I think a couple of nights ago, was talking about he was having some difficulty on the fuel side, and he said, I put in some of the, I guess it was the everyday diesel treatment. He was trying to clean things out. I said, you probably should have started with the diesel extreme. Can you just break down the difference in the diesel extreme versus the everyday diesel treatment?
Sure, you bet. You hear me okay? Everything's good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the diesel extreme and the everyday diesel treatment, EDT, the ingredients are very similar, but the balance is different. With the diesel extreme, we went after a very deep clean. So it's got a lot of detergent with additives added in the top, where the EDT is the opposite. It's a lot of additives with some detergent added in. The difference, what we were going for, is sort of like we've used this example lots of times, but it just works so well, I can't stop. But it would be, like going to the dentist twice a year would be the diesel extreme, and then brushing your teeth every day would be like the EDT. Mm-hmm. So it's a much, it's not nearly as harsh. You don't need all those chemicals that we have in the diesel extreme. It's not required for you to be able to run well. You just need to clean the system up once, and then you're good. Maybe once or twice a year. Just as a backup from the science side of things, when we're looking at a fuel system, the two things that we're trying to do is, one, clean out your system, which I know that makes sense to everybody listening. The second thing is to chemically alter the fuel so that it burns better. Diesel fuel is a commodity, just like gasoline. They're trying to make the product as cheap as they possibly can. They're not going for the best diesel fuel. They're going for the diesel fuel that they could sell for the cheapest price. So there's a lot of room for improvement there, and that's what we're doing. We're saying, okay, when that fuel gets into the combustion chamber, how can we make it burn better for a reasonable amount of money? And that's what both products do. That, but the EDT does it, for a penny, and the diesel extreme does it for 4 pennies per gallon. So the idea is, one's really made to clean up the system, the other one's made more to chemically alter the fuel just so it burns more efficiently.
So the way he was kind of saying that, I think he had run three tanks worth of the everyday diesel. So he was actually doing some cleanup, but it's taken a whole lot longer than it would have taken if he would have used the diesel extreme. Is that?
That is dead on. What you just said is exactly right.
All right, so that's what I thought the process was, but so I explained it to him correctly. I said, next time you need a cleanup, use the diesel extreme, and then just go to the everyday diesel treatment. And the everyday diesel treatment, that's the one that's going to improve your fuel economy. And again, we're still talking diesel prices, national average over $5 per gallon. So you're putting money back in your pocket by using that. All right, a couple of industry headlines here. Let me see what we got. The Oregon Department of Transportation. Heads up, they closed a stretch of I-84 due to wildfires. According to the Oregon DOT, the eastbound lanes of I-84 are closed between exit 216, about 6 miles east of Pendleton, due to a wildfire. Now, that was earlier this past day. I'm not sure how long the closure was going to go. Westbound was closed to all traffic between Ontario and Baker City. Said the previous eastbound I-84 closure was moved from Baker City to Pendleton due to limited truck parking space in Baker City and LeGrand. So unsafe conditions for those communities. So crews continue battling wildfires. They've been dealing with high winds, challenging conditions there. All right, next on the list, Colorado Department of Transportation. This is something you can maybe circle your calendar starting next week. They're going to be closing a runaway truck ramp on Monarch Pass. And I guess there's only one. So crews can make emergency repairs starting September the 12th. They'll be asking truckers to use extreme caution while traveling on U.S. Highway 50, otherwise known as Monarch Pass, because the only eastbound runaway truck ramp will be closed for repairs. This is at the 204 mile marker, 4 miles east of Pass Summit. Monarch, of course, is on US 50 between Sargents and Ponca Springs, about 45 miles east of Gunnison. The runaway ramp, they say, will be inoperable for the entire construction period, which is going to run probably through late October. So in preparations for this particular runaway ramp, they say, is utilized 2 or 3 times every year over the past 5 years. So it is imperative to not only focus on a permanent repair, but we got to let the drivers know during the closure, they will be increasing patrols on Monarch Pass. You should expect to see brake inspections and safety checks of commercial vehicles near the summit to warn about the ramp closure. Then one other headline here was that they were going to be limiting the traffic speed. They're going to reduce that to 25 miles per hour. Colorado DOT urging commercial trucks and passenger vehicles use extreme caution when traveling eastbound on the east side of the pass. Most of the work itself will take place off the highway, but from time to time they will be stopping traffic to accommodate the movement of equipment and materials while they do make the repairs there. All right, let's get back to Chris here, and I don't know what the deal is, but says something keeps cutting out. Marlon is on board, I believe. Morning, Marlon. Got you on with Chris Gabrelchik. How we doing?
How you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Good, man.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I'm kind of like Philip. I'm down here in Kentucky, and I drive to work about 45 minutes every day, one way. I've been listening to Steve Summers for a long time. Very entertaining. I get a lot of insights on a lot of things. But what I called about this morning is I wanted to ask Chris a question. I bought a little Ford compact tractor. It's like a 80s model, and been sitting about 4 years. It's a little diesel, a little Subaru. I can't even pronounce it. Subaru diesel. I think that's the name of the engine. And got it started. It had been sitting. The guy had actually passed away, and his wife was selling it. I got it started and got it home, and just running a little bit rough. And so I got some fresh diesel fuel and put in it. I didn't drain the tank. Probably should have, but I went ahead and put about 5 gallons of new diesel in it. And I bought some of the Diesel Extreme to try to clean the injectors up on it. I guess that's would be the best way to go about it. But it's already started running a lot better. But my question is, should I run Stiction Eliminator? Will that help the injectors or anything by doing that?
Not the injectors, but it will clean the rest of it up. So the answer is yes, run Stiction Eliminator in there because, sitting for 4 years, you're going to build up some crap in there. It's kind of weird, but what happens is once you start the engine with a diesel oil, you start to create acid. And then as that oil sits there, the acid continues to develop and leave deposits behind. So Stiction Eliminator I would absolutely run Stiction Eliminator.
I got you. But the Diesel Extreme, this is a small tank, like 5 gallons of diesel would just about fill it up. And I tried to follow the ounces that you put in the diesel fuel. But should I do that more than once? Give it one treatment every time I fill it up, or not try to treat it that much?
Yeah, I would. First of all, if you're like me, your tractor doesn't go through hundreds of gallons of fuel.
Right.
I would put Diesel Extreme in every tank on that case because there's more fuel stabilizer in it also, and chances are your tractor is going to sit for months on end at some point. So yeah, it's a better deal. A lot of times we're real conscientious of everybody's budget, so we try to make the EDT where it was affordable to use every tank. But on something like that, where you're using a tractor, again, you're probably not going to go through 20 gallons of fuel in a year. You're only talking like 4 ounces of diesel extreme or something like that. It's worth it to go ahead and use it in that case.
Right. Well, the bottle I bought, it was a pretty good sized bottle, and it'll do. I just didn't want to overtreat it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get it.
I didn't know if it was.
No, you're fine.
It would damage
you can't overtreat.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, but I love listening to Steve every morning, and I appreciate your support of him because I tell you, there's, like I say, on this time of night on the road, there's nothing to even listen to, but he's very informative, and I've been a long time listener.
Me too. I'm with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a great
Thanks,
weekend. Thank you, Marlon. There you go. All right, about 9 before the hour. Hello to Dipsy Driver via the email. What great timing for the value pack of FR3 and Gasoline Extreme from HotShotSecret.com. Ran the Stiction Eliminator about 3,000 miles. Changed the oil filter about 1,500 miles, as Chris recommended, because the filter is on top of the engine. Thank you, Chris, for supporting all those charities and Steve's great show. It's a 2013 Terrain, 143,000 miles on it. And he does say what a difference in noise and performance that the product made there. Little testimonial. Okay, about 8 before the hour. Get a quick 2-minute timeout and plenty of room for you. On a Friday morning, it is 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Via one of our YouTube listening friends, a question from Lee. He said, would the Diesel Extreme or the EDT have any sort of a benefit in like a home fuel oil furnace?
I wouldn't do that. It puts off a really bad smell. It's really strong. I don't know that that'd be safe. It would clean out because those furnaces, they sit around a lot, so they get a lot of varnish in the inside of it. So it would clean it out, and it would help it, like for one treatment. But I've used it before like that, and it can be pretty strong.
So the odor comes through like the furnace vents or whatever?
Yeah. If you know what the diesel extreme smells like, and that's what the room smells like when you run through there.
Okay, yeah.
So, if you got a lot of open doors and garage door open, you want to just clean some out, yeah, but I wouldn't do that as a normal habit because it definitely comes through.
Yeah, my grandparents had a heating oil tank in the basement. That's years ago, and you could always tell when the furnace would kick in. You could smell the smell of the oil burning or whatever. But so the diesel, that smell would be pretty intense then.
Yeah, it's not good. I've done it before. Just for what they, I had an old ready heater that was sitting around for a long time, like a couple of years in my barn. It's like, I'm gonna clean this out. Woo, baby, it was
really.
it was rough going in the garage here for a couple hours. I had to open up the doors and let some air through, but I don't know that I would do that very often unless I absolutely had to. If there's a good reason to do it, I would, but I wouldn't do it as a normal thing. Hey, I noticed on your desk you got that Clindo. Have you used that?
That got that in the package. Like I said, I spoke to them on Wednesday, and I got the stuff on Thursday. They put it in. I can't believe how quick they got it here, and I think that's probably shipped from Chicago, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he was telling me about. Try that. He said it's a multi-purpose cleaner. Right? For Windows, but he said you can use it for damn near anything.
I just started using it this week. It's the first time I used it. And I don't think I've ever used anything on my windshield that cleaned like that did. That stuff is crazy good. The bugs, everything. One wipe and it's done. No streaks. It's like, wow, I didn't even know that they made glass cleaner like this. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. So give it a try.
Well, he was explaining to me. He said we were talking about. He said we're kind of wondering what kind of products we'd like to promote for the truck drivers. Obviously, the stay bill, of course, for those that are car collectors and anything's going to sit for a while. But he said this Clindo stuff. If you had a can of this in the cab of your truck, says it'll clean stainless steel, mirrors, windows, plastics, appliances, your auto interior, actually carpet and upholstery stains. It's got 101 uses as far as cleaning is concerned. So I haven't tried it yet, but they had 3 bottles in the package for me. So I'm looking forward to trying that.
Like I said, I was impressed. I just got one this week also, and I went around and started cleaning stuff with it. It's like, holy smokes, man, this stuff does a heck of a job.
Clindo, Clindo. Now, where would they go to get that? Is that that's not going to, can you get this through the Hot Shot Secret website or?
Not this week, but probably the next 30 to 60 days. We're working on incorporating some of those things like the Clindo. They also make these windshield. Did they send you the windshield washer pellets?
No, just the Clindo. I got a Stay-Bill storage, and there's a couple of Stay-Bill 360s. One is for marine use, and the other I can't remember what it is. It's a 360 Stay-Bill.
Yeah. Well, we got the 303 products too, and I've been using those to clean things, and they're really good too. They're top tier. But they sent me a pack of these little things that look like chiclets or something. They're just like little tablets, but you put them in your windshield washer fluid tank and just put water in it.
Yeah.
And it makes windshield washer fluid. It doesn't have the de-icer in it for the winter.
But it does the job for the regular. Okay. I think his phone cut out again. All right, so we'll get our news break here. It is the top of the hour. I got a full hour yet to fill, though, so jump on in. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live.
You
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marussa reporting. President Joe Biden made his Soul of the Nation speech from Philadelphia's Independence Hall Thursday night. The president called on Americans to join him in rejecting Make America Great Again, MAGA Republicans.
I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology.
Former President Donald Trump said Thursday he will very, very seriously consider full pardons for the rioters who breached the U.S. Capitol on January 6th if he runs for re-election and wins. I will tell you, I will look very, very favorably about full pardons. If I decide to run and if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons, full pardons, Trump said on the Wendy Bell radio show Thursday, adding, we'll be looking very seriously at full pardons because we can't let that happen. I'm Tony Marussa for USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Republican Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano is suing the House Special Committee investigating the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol. Mastriano, a state senator, filed a complaint in federal court Thursday challenging the legality of the panel's ability to compel witnesses to sit for depositions. Central to this issue is the fact that this committee lacks a ranking minority member or any members designated by the minority party, the suit reads. Mastriano's lawyers assert they are not questioning the legality of the committee or its ability to issue subpoenas. Rather, they say that without a ranking Republican member, the committee cannot guarantee witnesses being deposed a fair hearing. For at least the third time in a dozen years, portable toilets are parked outside the ornate Mississippi Capitol because Jackson's water system is in crisis. The Big Gotta Go trailer is just one example of the city's desperation. Many homes, businesses, and government offices have had little or no running water this week, forcing people to wait in long lines for drinking water or water to flush toilets. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A new federal study suggests the pandemic has taken a toll on education. Test scores of 9-year-olds fell 7 points, while the average reading score fell 5 points compared to 2020. Dr. Peggy Carr, the commissioner for the National Center for Education Statistics at the U.S. Department of Education, tells why reading scores may have held up better.
Reading is a subject that is not as influenced by what goes on in school. It's what goes on in school, also what goes on outside of school. Reading for fun, those activities that promote a culture or love of reading.
The UN levies charges against China.
The United Nations has accused China of serious human rights violations in a long-awaited report into allegations of abuse in the Xinjiang province, home of the Uyghurs. Beijing called the report a farce arranged by Western powers, but UN investigators say they found credible evidence of torture and crimes against humanity. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Serena and Venus Williams traded fist bumps or palm slaps and chatted between points. They smiled while conversing in their seats at changeovers. When their first doubles match together in 4.5 years ended with a loss at the U.S. Open on Thursday night, the siblings hugged each other, then left the court to a standing ovation. The Williams sisters were eliminated by the Czech pair of Lucy Radecka and Linda Noskova, 7-6-6-4 at Flushing Meadows. I'm Tony Marusso. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ader loans a wheel to a friend and watches his Emax clinch. 3 other Grand National divisions move their races forward in spectacular fashion. And we have reached peak crowning season in championship pulling. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The chances to see NTPA pulling live and in person in 2022 are dwindling as the penultimate regular season Grand National event is in the books. Wellington, Ohio's Friday Night Spectacular included the Regional National Classic Superstocks as well as 4 Grand National divisions. Winning the Classics was 2-time champion David Spillman and his Smokin' Ace, who are in quite the dogfight to continue their title streak. Challenging are Al Heasley's Tin Man, which has won twice and leads by 1 point, and the 3-win Green Broke Deer of John Stanley and driver Ryan Pollock, which is tied with Spillman for second. The Classics have 5 hooks to go beginning this Wednesday, August 31st in Richwood, Ohio, and continuing in Canton, Ohio at the Stark County Fair this Friday and Saturday, September 2nd and 3rd. In GN action, Adam Spiegelberg and Detonator Black won the light superstock class to pull 1 point ahead of second place Marcus Wedelson and Gunpowder and Lead. Spiegelberg of Wyowega, Wisconsin, had to hurry home for Saturday's NTPA event in that very town, a poll which his family helped to found and still organizes. The Light Supers will come down to a 2-hook shootout in Canton between these 2 past champions, with Spiegelberg's title coming in 2019 and Wedelson's in 2013. Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa, himself a past champion of every modern-day modified division, is making a 2-prong bid for a 2022 modified mini title. His Iron Toy has been on a rail this season with 6 victories and a 15-point lead over its steady stablemate Cowboy Up. Combined, the 2 Bauer-powered mini rods have 15 top 3 finishes in 30 combined appearances. Bauer will, in all likelihood, clinch the title at the Fulton County Fair's M.E. Miller Tire Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, Ohio, this Friday, September 2nd. The 4-wheel drive division, idle this past weekend, will also reach the bottom of their schedule at the top of Ohio in Wauseon. In Pro Stock, Beloit, Ohio's Julia Ray and Dad Mike Connie got a measure of revenge in front of a friendly crowd. The Mack Trailer team, blocked most of the season by the strong performance of Danny Schmucker's leading Rampage and Dad Kevin's Get Her Done Deer, went 1-2 in Wellington. This track just suits my driving style, explained Julia after a 366-foot distance aboard Mac Daddy bested Mike's 353 on Mac Nasty as both gained ground on Rampage and leapfrog Get Her Done for 2nd and 3rd in the standings. But the next turn is to the Schmucker's own hometown pole in Canton before they wrap the season with a Saturday doubleheader in Sandwich, Illinois on September 10th. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader carried a 2-season title streak, an 8-hook winning streak, and a 25-point advantage onto his favorite track, which was beyond the margin that could be erased in 1 pole. In a stirring example of true sportsmanship and deep friendship, Ader handed the keys off to former Unlimited and 2-time defending mini champion Ken Veeney. Ader then watched from the hot pit as Veeney drove to 7th and clinched the title aboard his North Collins, New York-based Eaton Compressor-sponsored Emax. Wayne Purser of Norman, Oklahoma, and his Uncle Sam took the class honors. So that's 4 titles in the books and 8 more to go before the Enderley Pull-Off entertains a capacity crowd in Urbana, Ohio on Saturday, September 17th. You can be there actually by purchasing tickets at shopntpa.com/tickets or virtually by watching the live stream at ntpa.tv. And of course, get results, standings, and schedule details at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There you go. Thank you very much, John Dunlap. So as you said there, 8 more to go. Then it's off to the, I guess as Kyle kind of described it, the all-star game, I guess you'd call it. The Enderley Pull-Off, the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. That's the next event, according to the calendar I'm looking at, A Hot Shot Secret will be there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. And coming up, just a few days later, on September 20th through the 22nd, it's the Farm Science Review. And that's in London, Ohio. Now, Josh and Kyle are both slated to be there. What is the Farm Science Review, Chris?
The Farm Science Review is one of the largest farm shows in the country. It goes on for a whole week. It's over in Plain City, London area, and it's huge. I mean, I've been working that show for probably 20 years, and it's kind of neat. They'll actually put like equipment out. They'll plant corn and beans and things like that early in the year, and then they'll compare yields. They'll run tractors, equipment combines, and farmers can go and watch them do it. So that's where they bring all the latest and greatest, as well as every kind of equipment and anything farm related that you could ever imagine. I mean, anything from, like those big tent barns, I mean, even pole barns, things like that. It's over, I don't know, maybe 200, 300 acres. It's a gigantic show. You should go for a day of walking. You'd find it very interesting, I think.
Well, London, Ohio, that's not too far away, is it? I'm trying to recall where that's at.
It's right off State Route 70, about halfway between Columbus and Dayton. So it'd probably only be about an hour, maybe hour and a half for you.
So
it's about an hour from us. We're headed towards Dayton to get there. But it's interesting. I mean, every tractor company, 4x4s, chainsaws, I mean, you name it. Anything that you'd ever use outside, it's there, as well as animals, crops, plants, fertilizers. It's pretty big.
So I'd probably run up 75, hit 70 east, and then it's kind of like between Dayton and Columbus again.
Columbus.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right off the freeway. You can see it from State Route 70, and I don't remember this for sure because I haven't gone the last couple of years, but it's almost takes all the space between two exits. So you will see it. I mean, there's acres and acres of things planted. You'll see lots of people there. It's a huge farm show. I would say it's probably one of the top 5 in the country. I think Iowa or Kansas might have one on par with it, but when I was there, we would get people from every other state, and they would tell me this is like the biggest farm show around. So, I mean, they come all the way from Florida, and Alabama, and California. Wow. It's a major event.
All right, might have to check that out. Let's get back to our calls here at 844-844-3388. Morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, Senor Chris. Jacques Semas.
Jacques Semas. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Well, I start off with the update on the lady heat wave. I talked to her yesterday. I guess the doctors are talking about letting her go home later on today if her blood work comes back all right. And I told her, I says, well, I know you hate being in hospitals, and you might want to stay a little bit longer at that hospital if you can, because everybody at the house is sick now too. So, I tell you what, it's just bad news is like water. I mean, whenever it rains, it pours. So, but other than that, she's in good spirits, and we thank everybody for your kind words and prayers out there.
It
really is.
I should have told you a few days ago. You needed to bake up a batch of chloroquine.
Yeah, the hydroxychloroquine. Yeah, that'd be all right.
It's not actually that. How is it, Chris? It's grape. Is it grapefruit and?
It's the original chloroquine. And when I got COVID, I looked it up online, and it's the strangest thing. But for almost 100 years, all the doctors would make chloroquine for colds or flus or malaria, and they would take 2 grapefruits, take the peel off the grapefruit, take the peel off of 2 lemons. You put it into, I can't remember, it's like 2 cups of water, put a lid on it, and boil it for, on a slow simmer, I think it was for an hour or something along the lines. And what happens is when the stuff comes off of the peels, it condenses on the lid, it drips back down in, and it creates chloroquine. And then you take that, and you mix some honey in it, and you drink like a shot glass full every hour until the symptoms go away. Now, what happened is in the early 1900s, they started synthetically making it in a lab, and that's what's called hydrochloroquine. But if you can't get hydrochloroquine, you can go back and make the original recipe, which is what I just said. What I did was I have an Instapot. I just threw it in the Instapot, for whatever, I think it was an hour. And then the next morning I started taking it. And I'm telling you what, my symptoms went away in under 24 hours. And of course, my wife, she's, making fun of me. She's like, "You're crazy. I'm not doing that." She got it the next day, and I tried to get her to take the chloroquine. She would not do it. She was sick for 2 weeks. I mean, she was in bed for 2 weeks, and I kept saying, "I'm telling you, this is what you gotta do," but she would not listen to me. So,
no, I made up a batch of that, and one of the kickers that you forgot to mention there, after you boil it for an hour or an hour and a half, whatever it was, you don't take the lid off. You leave the lid on, let it cool. Then when it's cool, you don't want to let the steam out, because I guess the steam and all that is where what you need is in it. Then you strain it. You strain all the stuff out of it. And I took it. I was actually working the first night I was sick, and I think I took like a little shot glass, like you said, every other hour, and I only took it like 4 times. I was only sick for like a day and a half, 2 days. Princess was on the couch for a doggone week and a half.
Yep,
She wouldn't.
That's what happened to me.
She wouldn't take it.
It works, man.
She wouldn't take it.
Well, I'm gonna try.
I mean, it's great. It's grapefruit and lime. I mean, there's nothing sinister about it or anything. I think Chris, you initially took a little more than you probably should have, and you ended up with your heart raced a little bit, didn't it?
Just like Ad is, if a little bit's good, the whole bunch must be better, because you think I'd know better, right? So I took about an orange juice glass full. It was funnier and crap. So I took like 8 or 10 ounces of it, and I mixed honey in it, and I just drank it. Well, all of a sudden, my face felt kind of flushed, my heart starts racing, and I went in and checked my blood pressure was like 250 over 150 or something like that. So she's like, "You're crazy." She goes, "You can't do that." I said, "Well, you're only supposed to take a shot glass." Well, I took, a whole bunch of it. So I probably didn't make my case very well with her by doing something stupid like that. It went away after 15 minutes. I said, "Just wait, it'll be fine." And it did. I mean, it went down, but you just take, like what Steve did was the right way to do it. And that's what the directions said. You just take a shot glass full every hour, every other hour, until the symptoms are alleviated. And, the hard thing with things like that is you don't know, was it just by chance that I got better that quick, or was it, the cure? And I don't know, man. Steve's story and my story tell me it was the cure, because my wife, she was sick for 2 weeks from day one till she was back up and, doing things again. So I think it works.
Well, I mean, anything that's going to be cheaper than the hospital bill, I'm willing to chance it. But I don't know about Teresa, but yeah, we'll try that and see what happens. We're on the road right now, heading up to Tracy, but we've got issues with our con gear blowing tires. Here, we spent 7 hours on the side of the road waiting for someone to come by to replace the tire. They finally come by and did, and we're down the road maybe an hour and a half, and we blew the same position tire. Sidewall went out on the con gear. And it's like, my co-driver had this tractor before with his co-driver, and they blew 3 of them. And they're like, they just don't understand why it is with this tractor. They replaced the airlines on the tractor to the trailers, and they said, hell, everything was fine, but now we blew another tire within an hour and a half of getting it replaced. Anybody out there know what's going on with the rubber we have currently, or is it something that the tractor is having issues trying to supply air to the trailers and con gear? You know, so I don't know what's going on here, but I mean, damn. So we're limping along, and all those that are behind the yellow freight driver going westbound on I-40, all I can say is sorry. But yeah, I just thought I'd give you a holler, give you an update, and yeah, we'll do that. I'll tell my son to get some grapefruit and start peeling it and distilling it. I guess is the best way of saying what you're doing.
2 grapefruit, 2
That's
lemons.
right, you're distilling
That was it. Yeah. Yep.
Yep. So we'll do that. Other than that, well, I'm doing fine. I guess if as long as I'm doing fine making the money, everybody's happy. Just as soon as I get sick and have to take time off, then that's when we got issues. But yeah, we really appreciate all the kind words and prayers from the people out there, and this truly is a radio family, whether you have disagreements with others or not. But I mean, for the most part, this has really been a great experience. So thank you, Steve, and thank you, Chris, for keeping this show on the road. I sure do appreciate it. So y'all have yourselves a good weekend. I guess, Steve, you're going to be on what, Tuesday morning then?
Yep, I believe that's the case. Is it a 3-day weekend, Chris? I mean, Monday is a holiday, right?
Correct. It's a holiday, and you got the day off. We'll do. Hopefully, somebody's got some best of stuff ready for you.
They'll probably run this episode again, and we can listen for Chris to disconnect 6 times.
No. Why this one? We don't want this one again.
But it's been a great show overall. You know, got to remember, he had some. Yeah, it's a good show. All right, Heatwave. Best to Lady Heatwave. I hope she gets to come home today and gets better soon.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good weekend. We'll listen to y'all on Tuesday.
Thank you much. Yeah, she's got some other underlying health issues. I think lupus is one. I forget what all she deals with, but yeah, Heatwave was out on the road and he was sick about a week and a half ago. I don't know, and I said, well, did you test for COVID? And he said, no, I think it's allergies. He said, I didn't have a fever. I just had like the congestion, a little bit of a cough. And then his co-driver got sick. And then he got home and everybody in the house got sick. And they tested. And yeah, they all had the COVID thing. So, all right. Now, his wife, I guess she's the only one with the underlying issues. I guess she was having trouble breathing. Didn't have to go on a ventilator or anything. But it's kind of scary when you've got all those underlying health issues. Put you at a higher risk. Let me jump to, is it Bob? Morning, Bob.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris. I had a few questions for you, Chris. Let's see. First one, what's the best way to use the restore, the transmission restore? I have a couple of older cars. They have, between 115, 150,000 miles. Can I just put the restore in it, or what would you suggest the best way to use it?
The transmission.
Yeah, the shift restore. Yes.
I'm not having I'm not having any problems with the transmission.
And I think his phone may have cut out again. So I can tell you this from all of our previous conversations, our previous calls, that the shift restore, you can use that as a preventative. Yeah, so you typically, he says, put the 10 ounce, like 10 ounces in, and go from there.
So just put 10 ounces in the transmission, and that's kind of what I want to use it as a preventative.
Preventative. Yep.
Yeah, something like that. And is he back on or not?
Let me punch it back up here. Are you back?
I am. I think I'm going to memorize the math right now.
Okay. Well, I had another. Steve kind of recommended what to do for that shift restore. Now, I have enough about the shift restore. Is that primarily for an automatic transmission?
I'm sorry, something happened on my phone. Did you say is it for automatic transmission?
Yes.
Correct. That's what it's for, automatic transmission, shift restore.
Okay. Now, I have a 97 Honda with a 5-speed manual transmission. Now, a while ago, I started to have, a little bit of grinding and going into 5th gear. Now, the mechanic I go to, he drained the transmission fluid and put in a little heavier fluid. That stopped it. Well, now, though, that was about a year ago, now it seems to be, grinding a little bit. Not all the time, but sometimes. Now, with that FR3, you think that might help the situation?
Yes, I do. You're right on. FR3 was exactly what I would do. That'd be my go-to.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm gonna try that. Let's see. A couple of months ago, someone asked you about. I don't know if you call it one of your competitors. Used to be a sponsor on Steve's previous show, and you gave the reason why it really wasn't good to use that. Could you, elaborate on that again?
Yeah, that was it.
Sure. So what you're talking about motor code?
Yeah.
So what? There's something funny going on with my phone again, Steve. What they use is called a chlorinated paraffin. Am I still there, Steve?
Yeah, I've got you.
Okay. I don't know. I got to get IT to look at this one. So the chlorinated paraffins will make things really slippery. Generally, we use chlorinated paraffins in metal cutting fluids, like on a metalworking lathe, that type of thing. So when we put it into an engine, it makes the inside slippery, and it'll give you like a boost in fuel economy, and it just loosens everything up. The bad side is, as time goes on, the chlorinated paraffin becomes acidic in nature. So chlorine is it'll like etch metal. So if you took like a stainless steel bowl at home and put some chlorine bleach in it and go back the next day, you'll see rust and things in the bottom of it. It starts to eat away metal. So the bad side of the chlorinated paraffin is over time, it will become corrosive on the inside of the engine and starts to corrode it. So, like sometimes race car drivers will use a chlorinated paraffin to get boost, but then they're changing their oil after the race and they're getting rid of it all. So it's not really made to be long-term type of additive, which is why we don't use chlorinated paraffins. We use things that are only going to help the engine long-term, reduce wear, not increase the corrosive qualities of it. Does that make sense, or you want more of an explanation?
I think we were getting some feedback from Bob. Does that make sense, Bob? Did you get that?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
All right, now I guess Chris, when you dropped off there, I recommended to him. He wants to use the shift restore as a preventative in the automatic transmission. I said, just is 10 ounce? Is that a good amount just to put in, and not have to worry about draining anything? 10, or would it be more than that?
Normally we go 16 ounces, and we use just a little bit more of an explanation. We use shift restore a lot of times as a preventative, like even in a brand new transmission. We also use shift restore before we change the transmission fluid for a car that has not had it, or if we get a truck here, like a pickup truck for maintenance or something. And what it does is it goes in and it plates everything, kind of cleans off the varnish and the grind. In the transmission, you really do have solids in there, just like you would an engine. We call it stiction, but it's really just hydrocarbons. On the transmission side, it's such a small amount that you can't see it, but because the tolerances are so tight in a transmission, it's exaggerated. So, like if I just bought a used car off eBay and I was going to change transmission fluid, I would put shift restore in it, run it for 100 miles, then I would drain the transmission, put new transmission fluid in, and then put the shift restore in again. So it's kind of a dual purpose thing. It's a good cleaner, but it's also a good treatment. It does both of those. Hopefully that's clear.
So rather than 16 ounce, I guess would be the recommendation then. Okay, all right. So is that, did you get that, Bob? 16?
I did. Thank you, Steve. And thank you, Chris.
Anytime.
All right, there you go. Thank you
Thanks
much,
for
Bob.
calling in. Thanks for listening.
Yep, I think there's every once in a while there's a feedback from, I think if a driver's on a speakerphone, and sometimes it'll hear itself coming back, and I think that's what you were hearing. All right, 5-7 on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. After the news break, we'll get back at it on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Thursday, in an address to the nation, President Biden spoke from Philadelphia's Independence Hall and urged Americans to reject the beliefs of Make America Great Again Republicans.
MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards to an America where there is no right to choose, no right to privacy, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love.
On Thursday, the Airline Pilots Association picketed at airports throughout the U.S. to call on management to recognize pilot sacrifices during the pandemic and to get serious about negotiating a contract. Captain Eric Hall was on the line in Minneapolis.
Pilots at Delta Airlines were instrumental in carrying the airline through COVID. So we were out here flying as first responders, frontline workers, and it is frustrating that we're at this stage.
This is USA Radio News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FREE for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FREE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FREE for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And hello to Kentucky Ken. Ken says, everybody have a great weekend. Kentucky Ken is off till Wednesday. All right. Long holiday weekend. You'll have to give us a full report when you get back, Ken, how things going with the job search there. All right, had a couple from the email bag. Here we go. Truck and Phil is on board. Morning, Steve. Mr. Gabrelchik and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Thanks for all you do and your amazing products. Coffee up. Happy Friday. May everyone have a safe, great Labor Day weekend as we celebrate the people of the United States of America and what we are capable of together. As I'm ready to depart Sterling Heights, Michigan for Fort Wayne, or Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back to Fort Wayne. That's the typical flip. All right, looking forward to the beautiful harvest moon. Steve's on board. Yep, happy Friday. Time to head into town and get the old trash truck geared up for a trip to Indianapolis. I'm wondering, does the fella that lives in Australia still call in? That'd be Sylvester. He hasn't called in a while, but he tunes in here and there. He did send us an email earlier this week because we actually had another listening friend in a different part of Australia that's been listening in this week. All right, 5-7 on board. Hello, 5-7. What's going on?
Oh, man. I mean, the theater of the air. I could, Chris bent down, turned around, and mixed it up right there in the sink. He held his nose. He closed his eyes. He took a drink. He couldn't tell if it was day or night. He started kissing everything inside. But when he kissed the cop down on 34th and Vine, he broke his little bottle of love potion number 9. Way to go, Chris! That's great. I hope you can put that recipe on your page. I'm going to try to work that out, try to figure out what you can boil. The amount. It just makes sense to have something there at the house for an emergency. And hey, we're all three flops with chicks because my wife wouldn't take anything on the whip up either. It has to come from a doctor. Now I do got FR3, and I've got Stayville on my shelf. Bought it at Dunbarton Avenue in Barnwell, South Carolina, at the Tractor Supply. So I really appreciate your support. and enjoy. Steve, you know well, man. Steve Summers, Overnight Drive, man. As long as you're on the air, we've got freedom. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and wait for Monday for that notification, Tim Horn.
Okay.
5-7.
We'll be waiting. We'll be standing by. There you go. You're talking earlier about Mississippi. Man, you really got a feel for the poor folks there in Mississippi. New distribution sites opened in the state capital yesterday to dispense bottled water to people who haven't been without clean tap water in over 4 days now. So you can imagine residents lining up at distribution sites and grocery stores for bottled water. The city said we've made significant gains in repairing the Curtis Water Plant. There's some challenges that remain over the next few days, but the outlook for today is just continued progress, according to the city. Limited water pressure has returned to some areas. Governor did activate 600 members of the National Guard to the new water distribution sites there and the surrounding areas. 180,000 people don't have don't have enough water pressure in some cases to flush the toilet, to get a shower. And they were talking how firefighters, I mean, if you got a pumper truck, you can pump water. But as far as like using fire hydrants to fight fires, they're in a world of hurt there. All right. Eskimo Mom, good morning.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Chris.
Hi there.
Good morning.
This is Eskimo Mom.
How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm playing truck driver. Yeah, just doing my regular run tonight, and get some good driving weather so far. But as for that concoction of grapefruit and lime, I've got a question about that because I'm on a statin drug for my cholesterol, so I'm wondering if that would just throw it would just mess up that statin drug. But what I wanted to call about was the Farm Science Review. It's between State Routes 56 and US 42 right off of I-70 west of Columbus. So it's like just exit 79 is US 42. I can't remember what exit for State Route 56 is on 70.
You ever been out there for the Farm Review, Eskimo Mom?
It has been many. It was back when I was an FFA in high school.
Okay.
There's a lot of the Future Farmers of America and some of the other groups like that'll be out there. But I had a lot of fun going out there when I did. But I was just actually over in that neck of the woods here not too long ago because I was heading to Delaware on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning with the load. And it looked like they haven't done. It looked like it was kind of quiet over there when I went by.
Okay. Well, you got to work through the Labor Day weekend like a normal schedule, or are you going to get some days off?
Yes, sir. I normally have Sundays and Mondays off, and anyway, but it's just the groceries have got to go. We don't get holidays. We don't get nights. We don't get weekends or anything like that. When Meyer Freight. Or when Meyer needs to get freight out of their DC, we got to get it delivered.
Well, we'll all be thinking about you when we're relaxing, tipping back a cold one, Eskimo Mom.
Yep. That's the thing is like people got to remember that. Hey, if you want to walk into any store, Meijer, Walmart, Kroger's, whatever, and you want those goodies for your celebration, or if you want to kick back with that cold one, you got to remember that there's a lot of us out here. We're going to be working. We're going to be working on making sure that stuff gets delivered.
There you go. All right. Well, yeah. Well, have a great weekend anyway. What can you say, right? All right. Yeah, it's got to be on the shelf. I had a caller a few minutes ago that was, I guess he dropped off. We wanted to talk more about the shift restore. Maybe give a breakdown for those who aren't familiar with the shift restore, Chris.
Sure. So the shift restore is made for automatic transmissions, and it's a Group 5 ester, which is a very specific kind of oil molecule that's man-made. It's really tiny, and it's what they call very polar, which means it won't stick to the steel, to the metal. And when you put it into a transmission, it goes right down to the metal, and if there's any kind of like a varnish or residue, even like a microscopic residue, it'll drive itself down through that and release it. So it kind of just like washes it off. And what happens in an automatic transmission, then all of a sudden the transmission starts shifting a lot better, smoother. You know, the little parts in there, they click together better. So we call it shift restore because a lot of times after a while, car will start to get like a little bit of a dent or a jerk, like between year 2 and 3 or 3 and 4. At least that's what most people tell me. It's like, man, it used to shift hard. Now it's just, you can't even tell. It shifts seamlessly. We've also used it in cars that stopped working. Like I had a guy who the car went in reverse and wouldn't leave reverse, and that was it. He's like, they said he needed a whole new transmission. He put shift restore in it, let it run for a little bit, and all of a sudden the transmission started shifting again.
Wow.
So, the mechanic, of course, thought he was crazy. He's like, you're an idiot. You can't fix a transmission by putting something in it, which we've heard that before. But he drove it. I mean, he drove it for another 2 years. Transmission eventually did go out, but I think it was a Lincoln. It was a Lincoln, and it had over 500,000 miles on it. So, 500,000 miles, that's a lot.
Well, somewhere down the line.
Steve, you used it on your car.
Yes, I used it on the Firebird and got some extended life out of it. And then the Cadillac, I've used in the Cadillac. The Cadillac still runs, but it's been parked for about a month. I got a power steering fluid leak somewhere, and I can't figure out where it's from.
Did you try putting the FR3 in there?
I think I did, yeah. The leak just... for a while, I was able to drive it a couple of days and then have to top off the transmission. It got to where the daughter was going to drive it about a month ago, and she took it just down around to the circle and come back up in front of the house, and the damn thing was already squealing. The reservoir was already empty, and I popped the hood, and there's transmission fluid all over the universal belt, So I've just left it parked out there.
Well, I was going to say, sometimes, like on power steering systems, the rubber, will get dry rotted, and it'll shrink down. I think the butyl comes out of the rubber. And one of the natural properties of Group 5 esters is they are seal swellants. So they kind of make the rubber swell back up a little bit. So we've been able to stop leaking things with it before. Either the shift restore or the FR3 would do that because they both have that Group 5 in it.
Yeah, I talked.
You might just drop a little bit in there. It makes the leak go away.
Talked to Big Moose about it, and he explained to me that particular vehicle also has something called rack and pinion, and if it's the rack and pinion, that's probably going to cost you a little bit. I guess that involves like tubes or something that have to be metal tubing that has to be bent specifically. So I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just leaving it sitting out there for a while.
Well, he knows more about than I do, so we'll go with him.
All right, we'll get our final time out here. When we come back, let's talk maybe a little bit. One thing we haven't touched on this morning, we always try to touch on our extended life, your extended life filters, the Franz filters from Hot Shot Secret. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, the price of oil and everything else continues to climb. Well, I went to the Valvoline Instant Oil Change last week. It's like $71 for an oil change in a vehicle that has 4 quarts of oil. I'm thinking, what the hell's it costing a truck driver to change oil these days, especially because you have to have the synthetic oil, according to Subaru. So, yeah, you guys offer an extended life oil filter where you can extend your oil changes for tens of thousands of miles, correct?
Correct, and hundreds of thousands if you use a Group 4 PAO. It's crazy what we can do. So the idea is, the filter on your car is 15 micron. We call that the spin-on filter. It has to allow the oil flow to the engine, otherwise the engine will not run, right? Because you won't have oil. So to accomplish that, they have to have pretty much a pretty big screen door there, because you have to have a good flow of oil to keep the engine going, which means that it cannot take out all of the dirt that it needs to. So what we have is what's called a bypass filter, meaning that we take just a little.
I kind of wondered if it would happen again. The bypass filter that's going to take the filtration down to a much more micro, almost, very, very fine level, correct?
Correct. Can you hear me?
You came back.
What is going on here, man? This is crazy. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to take the oil down to 1 micron. The oil, after going through our filter, so this happens at a pace of about 1 quart per mile or per minute. So if you can imagine having brand new oil circulating to your engine all the time, that's in essence what we're doing. The oil after 250 miles is going to be cleaner than a brand new oil that you pull off the shelf. That's how clean it is. Now, one of the things to put in this equation, or just so that you understand, is one of the things that breaks down the oil is the metal fines that are inside the oil, a natural wear and tear. So you can imagine 2 metal surfaces rubbing together. You get little slivers of metal in there. Those become what they call oxidants. Because they're hot slivers of metal, they actually oxidize the oil. We take those little metal fines out and we filter them so your oil is so pure that it just lasts for a really, really long time, to the tune of 50, maybe 100,000 miles long. That's how much longer it can last. Mm-hmm. So it's a really good system. They only cost a couple $100. The installation is probably like an hour long, depending on how hard or easy it is. Finding some place in there to mount the filter is the tricky part, and then you just run a line where we have pressure coming from your oil. Normally we would do that off the filter base. We have a plate that goes on there that gives us pressure going to it. again, we're just pulling a little stream of oil off, running it through, and then replacing it through like your oil cap, something like that. There's a lot of different options, but that's the easiest way to do it. If you want to do it on the easy way, then you just zip tie all the lines together so that nothing's hanging, and you're done.
And you're saving probably hundreds and hundreds of dollars, especially in the big truck, by not having to have the oil change nearly as often. So I just wanted to...
Not just that, Steve, but you're literally stopping the wear on the engine. So if you think, I mean, we in the business, we call this abrasive wear. You got little metal slivers running around in there creating other metal slivers. Pull all that out of the system, and all of a sudden the wear of your engine goes down to zero. I mean, the engine can last forever. It's great. It's really, really cool if you are an enthusiast on that.
So you're extending the life of your engine by a whole bunch. You won't have to do that overhead.
Correct. And when I say a whole bunch, I mean, it's possible to get like 1 million miles out of an engine, like a Honda Civic. It's incredible. You are removing the regular wear and tear. You have regular wear and tear. That's the metal slivers. You take that out of the equation, the engine's going to last forever.
All right. You can find those at hotshotsecret.com, right? Available for all the main big rig engines, correct?
Correct. We have a bigger unit for your semi-truck. It's like the size of a lube refiner. For smaller pickup trucks, we have one that's the size of a roll of toilet paper size. Just it's easier. You don't have as much oil. For cars, same way. We've got a small one just for cars. In the past, it hasn't made sense for people that don't drive 50,000 miles or more. But with the price of oil going up, that payback probably is a lot faster now. Probably has a 1-year payback now. 4 oil changes.
Yep. Yeah, and as I said, the cost of an oil change, I got oil change and tire rotation. It was like $110. All right, we'll close it out there on a Friday morning. So, and one final email just pulled up here. Shorty is on board. He said, I got my gasoline extreme in my 2008 GMC Sierra, my 2013 Ram, my 2014 Caravan, and my 2016 Volster. Got a whole garage full of cars there. He said, boy, oh boy, when you just touch the gas pedal, you better hold on. It made a huge difference in all 4 vehicles. You better watch out or you'll be squealing your tires. All right, that's where we'll close things out here on a Friday morning, and have a great, safe Labor Day weekend, and we'll be back here Monday night into Tuesday morning. Get the 3-day weekend. Hope you'll join us then as we get the new week started with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.